Denver City Council is now in session pursuant to RCW 42.30.1111I. The City Council will now enter into executive session to discuss pending and potential litigation. The meeting is slated to last 45 minutes until approximately 7 p.m. The council is extending its executive session from 15 minutes to 7:15. Sorry, everyone, we're just waiting for a remote council member to log in to the Zoom before we restart the meeting. Are we recording? Okay, all right. We are adjourning the special meeting and I'm calling the regular meeting to order. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Marshall,
Present.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Here.
Councilmember Lutsis,
Here.
Councilmember Culver,
Present.
Councilmember Shrubnik. Here. Councilmember Sassen,
Here.
Mayor Herbig,
Here.
all present.
Would you all please, actually, before we do that, sorry, I've got the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the city of Kenmore is situated upon the ancestral lands of the Snohomish, Snoqualmie, Soxhawtl, Duwamish, Stillaguamish, Tulalip, Suquamish, Muckleshoot, and other tribes who are part of the Coast Salish peoples. We recognize and express our deepest respect for their enduring stewardship and profound relationship with this land, which they have cherished and protected since time immemorial. We honor the First Peoples, acknowledge their vibrant cultures, and commit ourselves to learning from their wisdom in our journey to promote justice, equity, and mutual understanding. We pledge to stand alongside these communities in acknowledging past injustices and working towards a future that respects and celebrates the diverse heritage of this land. Now, if you'd all please stand and join me in the flag salute. Next on the agenda is approval of the agenda. Unless there are any objections, the agenda will stand approved as published. There are no objections. The agenda is approved. Next, we're moving on to the business agenda briefly for one special item, and then we'll move back to public comment. There will be public comment as part of this. So first item on the business agenda is the November 5th, 2024 general election, Washington State Ballot Initiative 2117 concerning carbon tax credit trading. Before we get into the staff presentation, I'd like to turn over to the city attorney just to talk a little bit about this process, both for the council and the public, and then we'll get into the staff briefing, and then we'll open up for public comment on this one issue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Normally, under state law, a public facility is not it is prohibited to use a public facility to support or oppose a ballot measure, except under the following conditions. If you identify on an agenda bill with the ballot measure and afford a equal opportunity for the public and members of the council to express an opposing view, then this council can in fact provide a final decision in support or opposition of a ballot measure. And that is why it's before you tonight. All of the exceptions under state law have been met. And this council has the ability to weigh in. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, and presenting is Nina Rasmussen.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I've been asked to provide some background information on this initiative. That would be Ballot Initiative 2117. It is a ballot measure that is going to the people for vote during the general election on November 5th, and this is a Washington initiative. This presentation serves as just a informational piece to understand the Climate Commitment Act, as well as its potential impacts to the city's projects. So the Climate Commitment Act was enacted in 2021. This created our Cap and Invest program, or Cap and Trade program, that limits the overall emissions in the state. It is a pay to pollute program, essentially, where the largest emitters must pay based on their amount of emissions through quarterly auctions that the Department of Ecology hosts. The emissions are capped and set by state law, and over time, those emissions limits will shrink in order to lower our overall state emissions. As you can see on the left, those are our greenhouse gas overall metric tons, as well as the limits that were imposed by state law in order to get to our goal of 95% emissions reductions by 2050. On the right-hand side, you can see the corresponding graph of how the emissions cap will then be reduced in order to meet those goals. So we have a couple different milestones in here in order to meet that reduction target. The funds that are collected through the auctions are pooled in 3 primary accounts. Those would be the carbon emissions reduction account, climate investment account, and air quality and health disparities improvement account. Largely, those cover transit and transportation funding different projects throughout the state, as well as the administration of the program itself. And it also funds various grant measures for climate resiliency, as well as air quality and air pollution issues, and focuses largely on overburdened communities and highly impacted communities, especially in regards to air pollution. At the City of Kenmore, we have previously used Climate Commitment Act funds. This helped to fund the climate action element as part of the comprehensive plan. That is a completed project and completed grant. We do currently have several projects that are selected for funding with Climate Commitment Act funds. So on this graph, you can see the total there. We have several pending projects that are directly climate related, including EV charger deployment, as well as the EV infrastructure plan, both funded through the Department of Commerce. Our urban forestry management plan, which we are awaiting contracting with the Department of Natural Resources, as well as the new Public Works Operations Center geothermal heating, which is has been selected as well. And then 84th Avenue Sidewalk Project being pending for that 3.1 million as well. These are all grants that are contracted or are awaiting contract. And so with this, we don't know the full implications of a potential repeal from Climate Commitment Act. Several of our grants and granting agencies have made it known that even current contracted projects may see a change in funding, and we are trying to assess that, but obviously we may not know that unless that actually came to fruition. What we can say for certain, though, is that there is a large portion of climate grants that are funded and continue to be funded through Climate Commitment Act funds. So with a repeal, we would likely see a vast reduction in the amount of grant opportunities that are coming forward, which would mean that we would have less ability to go out and receive those grants. If Climate Commitment Act were to stay intact, we could potentially fund the 61st Avenue Sidewalk project for additional funds, as well as future climate projects as part of our work plan for 2025 and beyond. With that, I will open it up to questions.
Questions? Councilmember Lucas?
Yeah, this is just to clarify that those funds previously shown in the last slide earmarked for the City of Kenmore are contingent on the CCA remaining after this initiative. Is that right? We wouldn't get those funds should that initiative pass?
Yes, so some of these, we do know that, for instance, the 84th Avenue Sidewalk Project, though that is an earmark, that would likely not be money that we receive. With the grants that we do have under contract currently, it is possible that those will continue. It is also possible that those funds are reduced and that our contract is either amended or is dissolved. Unfortunately, we do not know exactly what steps Commerce will take if this is repealed.
Thank you.
To help answer that question, also the 463,000 for the geothermal is also contingent on the act staying in effect.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sassen?
Not to minimize the financial aspects of this at all, but I do want to go back to your third slide and just look at the projected emissions cap over time. That graph, I'm expecting that should this become overturned, that line would change.
Right, so the number of emitters that are covered under this, I believe, is approximately like 85% of Washington's total greenhouse gas emissions. So, I mean, this is a huge measure to bring that down. I would imagine with the repeal, there would be other ways to make those reductions, but it wouldn't be as direct. There may be another measure that is put into place. There would have to be some additional planning in order to meet those goals, essentially.
Thank you.
Councilmember Culver?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm obviously a slam dunk on this, and thank you for preparing this. Just building on that point from Councilmember Sassen and Councilmember Lutsis, that speaks a bit to the need for resiliency, right? To make sure that depending on how certain political things go in the next year or two, we want to make sure that we have our plan intact, right? And we are sort of taking care of what we need to do. Right on. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Councilor Lutsis?
Yeah, on this slide specifically, could you speak a little bit about who the cap in trade program sort of affects directly, how many corporations, what that threshold is, and the relationship between this program and, say, your average Kenmore resident, and sort of how they play into this whole program?
Well, this program is not structured at all for residents. It's this is aimed at, let me see if I have the exact number. There is a specific threshold for a certain amount of metric tons emitted per year. Sorry, I don't believe I have that directly in front of me. That is all information that is found through the Department of Ecology. Excuse me. It is 25,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide or carbon dioxide equivalent a year. So that's to give a frame of reference. The whole city of Kenmore, when we did our previous greenhouse gas inventory for 2019, was about 170,000 metric tons. So we're talking, huge emitters, industries. If that's our whole community emitting 170, 25,000 is going to be those large companies. What that sort of implies for residents is that these companies may choose to offset some of their cost to residents. I think that would be perhaps the biggest impact. Proponents of this bill have cited gas prices as the driving factor for wanting this repeal. But as far as the number of corporations and businesses that ultimately affects, I don't have those numbers, unfortunately.
No, that's all right. Thank you. I just wanted to sort of point out that it's not something that our residents would be interacting with regularly, that it's something that is mainly targeted at the highest emitters in our state.
That's correct.
Any further comments or questions? All right, thank you very much for the presentation. We're now going to open up public comment for this specific topic. Normal public comment rules will apply, so folks will get 3 minutes to speak. Please address your comments to the mayor and the council. Clerk will call your name when it is your turn. State your name and city of residence and keep within your allotted time. In order for folks to feel welcome and safe here, please refrain from booing, clapping, heckling, yelling, or causing other interruptions. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 4 guests wishing to speak on the subject of the ballot initiative 2117. Patrick O'Brien, Catherine Hollis, David Stokes, and Stacy Valenzuela online. Mr. O'Brien.
Good evening, Pat O'Brien, Kenmore, Washington. My comment on this initiative is you don't have your terms right. You do not currently have a geothermal site selected, not even the maintenance facility. That is a thermal flywheel, and you will take the exhaust heat from a building or something and cache it in the ground. And that's much different than geothermal, which is actually tapping into an underground heat source, or you could actually do it with degradation of cellulosic material, which would mean a big composter with a heat exchanger in it. You could call that a geothermal if you wanted to, but that's not the term that's commonly used for this. So I would suggest you amend that to thermal flywheel, because that's in fact what you're proposing, not geothermal energy. Unless you have a underground heat source that I'm not aware of. Thank you. And the other thing that I thought was strange is they're talking about the cap and trade. And the biggest cap and trade that needs to occur in this city is, of course, the asphalt and concrete plant, which are running vast amounts of CO2 in the air. And yet we had to take the drastic measure of putting an appeal in with the city of Kenmore and the EPA and everybody else to make sure the standards for the testing of the pollutants in the water are high, because the overall effect of this testing, I'm trying to get it so they don't bring as big of barges in, they don't have as big as deliveries, and they don't make as much CO2 in Kenmore. They don't make as much asphalt. I don't care about the concrete plant. I'm wearing my vintage Kenmore concrete hat that's 50 years old. So I really have a problem with that asphalt plant and all the things that go into the air that have chemical suppressants on it. And now it's very difficult to get a hold of Bridget Baker. There's no cell phone number for her to report violations. And I think if we're going to legislate something as important as cap and trade, then you got to look at who the biggest culprits are and not do things. The city should not be taking the place or the point of view of less testing in a smaller area, using methods that will put more effluent and toxins in the water column. So I think you need to talk to Rob and the other people on the city staff and say, we're not supporting this. We want to have the maximum testing. We want to have the maximum area, and we want to know what's going on in our waters in Kenmore. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I'm Catherine Hollis, and I'm privileged to be able to call Kenmore home. I'm here today to state my strong support for Washington's Climate Commitment Act. It'll do so much for our community here, for our region, and for our state, and the time is now for work like this. You've heard about specific projects. One that I wanted to highlight is the pedestrian project here in Kenmore for the sidewalk by Morelands Elementary. We live in a very car-dominant city, and having resources and funding for projects like that or an accessibility and an access issue that allow more folks to have transportation options. That's just one of many projects that you heard about here in the city, but across the region that we are set to lose if the Climate Commitment Act is repealed. So I am here to, again, strongly encourage you all to oppose I-2117 so we can keep the Climate Commitment Act and all the work that's going to be made possible from that. Thank you.
Thank you, David Stokes.
Hello, Council. I'm Dave Stokes. I live in Kenmore resident and parent. Lived here since 2006. I'm a biologist, a scientist, taught at the UW since the late 1980s. And I teach classes, I just recently retired, but I taught classes that deal with climate change, although I'm not an atmospheric scientist myself, but I have followed the science of the topic since the late 80s. Every year, every few years, the UN Climate Panel would come out with reports starting in the 1990s. And those reports were increasingly dire, as many of you probably know. And we did precious little. And it was pretty frustrating to hear these dire reports and not see any action. One legitimate critique of these scientific reports was that they were basically forecasts. They were models forecasting future conditions. And so you might say, well, they're just forecasts. How do we know this is going to happen? Through the magic of backcasting or hindcasting, modelers have now been able to go back and look at how climate comported with the models that they were producing through the 1990s, through the 2000s, through the 2010s. And the scary thing is that they were incredibly accurate. The models were very accurate. The dire predictions were real. If anything, the models were not extreme enough. Things are worse and happening faster than we thought. So my message here really is, coming from a scientist, the hour is very late. The idea that we would not take this action, the Climate Commitment Act is a great step to doing something. We don't have a lot of options at this point, and this is a really meaningful thing. So if we can take action to support it rather than repeal it and do what? Wait for another 5 years? I mean, the time is very late. A recent peer-reviewed paper in Science showed that the public is way out ahead globally now. We're talking in the US, something like 83 countries they surveyed. The public is eager for action, and it's being held up by you know who. And so it's going to be places like Kenmore that I believe in, you know, the progressive nature of our town, and we can do something at our level, even if it can't be done at the national level or the global level. So I really urge you to support, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Dan Matthias, followed by Stacy Valenzuela.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Dan Matthias. I just moved to Kenmore about 1.5 years ago, and I consider myself a greenie. I am actually a civil engineer and got a master's in it. Worked for the city of Everett for 26 years. And my specialty is water resources. So I'm really concerned about the topic tonight. And I'm also very happy and proud to be a citizen of the city of Kenmore. I love the chart, 95% reduction by 2050. And I hope that we continue to do whatever we can to meet that goal and make it a reality. So thank you.
Stacy Valenzuela.
Stacy Valenzuela Kenmore. Can you hear me?
Yes, go on.
Thank you. I feel that any and all of these large projects, including public works facility, need to be transparent, listed on our ballots, then voted on with inclusion by the people, the residents of Kenmore. Most residents do not take lightly overspending of 40 million on a few employees for public works. The cost of 9 million spent on handheld crafts club and the one local park destroying the wetland ecosystem. 3 million on a boathouse for the row club, while that 3 million was supposed to be for sidewalks. 8 million on a beach at Log Boom, $1 million for artwork alone, all without public vote. We are in a recovery from the pandemic and know the climate crisis has needs now. I oppose the CCA funding only because of the non-transparency and use of funding. Only 80,000 of almost 4 million that comes from the 211 state cap to Kenmore is designated for resident support and requested city climate action plan. What's wrong with that? Ironically, this is listed as a city council's second highest priority. Most funds directed to CAP previously went to hiring another admin, not implementing any actual residents' environmental steward suggestions that would help our environment. Over 3 million from this should not be designated to sidewalks, but to climate action. I think the main objection is this funding is not transparent or aligned with climate action. Your choice was to use 3 million for the club boathouse instead of sidewalks under waterways. I oppose the funding being used outside of the scope that the voters were told funds were intended. The CCA should only fund intended use for CAP or environmental and climate improvements. That's what the public voted for with climate action, not hiring employees, not sidewalk, not any other projects. So show you care with actions. 1 million for desperately needed health evaluation report of Kenmore, as residents have requested for years to answer how bad is children's asthma. Sorry. What about the cancer levels in our area? Where's that report? And then we can also have a stationary land, air, alarm and breathable system. And that can also tell us to close our windows because the asphalt emission is so high. And what about protecting our air, water, for salmon recovery, wildlife, and our public health and safety, the future of Kenmore? Let's work together and get our industry to adopt newer environmental process changes. Let's lower the greenhouse gases.
Valenzuela. Thank you. Mayor Herbig, we have no one else signed up to speak on the subject.
Right, I want to thank everybody for coming out and speaking to this. The chair would now entertain a motion to approve resolution 24-414 with either support or opposing the initiative 2117.
Move to oppose initiative 2117.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion. Deputy Mayor.
First, I want to thank each and every one of the public commenters today for being here. Your voices matter, and this is an incredibly important issue. I want to give thanks to our staff for bringing this forward as timely as they have, because it's important that our city stands opposed to initiative 2117. The Climate Commitment Act is critical, not only for the city of Kenmore, but for the state of Washington, to our ecosystems that go beyond this city. Yes, we have, as we're looking at the agenda today, $3.8 million committed to these funds at this time that would be greatly diminished, that hurt us. But we need to look at something much bigger. That is the land that we live on. We share this planet and we have a responsibility to steward it. And so I am grateful that staff has brought this forward for us to make a motion on today. And climate commitment is incredibly important. So thank you.
Further comments? Councilmember Lutzis.
Just following up on that, I think looking at the amount of gain our city has with this, it's immense. The CCA is a way for the state to bring in revenue from some of the largest corporations, some of the largest carbon emitters in our state, and directly invest that in our local community. And as you saw from the presentation, almost $3.9 million is coming back to our city to work on sidewalks, to work on desperately needed capital projects and improvements citywide, with more to come. And so this is a way that our city can benefit in a way that does not negatively impact our residents by bringing in that revenue from those large corporations. So I think this is a way that we can look out for our citizens and continue to bring in funds that help to directly improve our local community.
Further comments? Yeah, I want to echo what my colleagues have already said. I think I brought this up a few months ago when we were at a council meeting to bring it here, so I'm glad to see it here. I think, you know, the Climate Commitment Act is one of the most important pieces of legislation that we've seen at the state level in a while. I think it's vitally important if we're actually going to address climate at the state level, and at the same time, using those funds from our largest polluters and our largest greenhouse gas emitters to then fund things that actually lower our reliance on you know, fuels like sidewalks. I mean, I think building sidewalks is climate action. The investments from this go directly into counteracting where they're getting their funds from, frankly. So this is a great investment. Also, you know, to be really just out there, this initiative is only on the ballot because a, you know, millionaire, possibly billionaire, I think billionaire, put it on the ballot to drive up, to just cynically drive up turnout. And I think it's really a shame that our initiative process at the state level has been taken over by the wealthy, who are trying to undo a lot of the work that the legislature has been doing to address climate and address the regressive state of our tax system and all sorts of things like that. And I think it behooves us as a city, not just because of the financial benefit that we are getting from this to build things like sidewalks, but also overall because of our commitment to climate, to oppose this initiative. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I rushed a little. I apologize for not getting in on my first run. But two things. Clean air does matter to the people of Kenmore. We do have an asphalt plant here, and we need these dollars in order for us to have funding to take care of clean air here, as our residents have asked. And the big thing that I wanted to talk about, and the place when this became even more critical than it was before, I'm a member of RIA. I'm the city's representative at RIA 8. The devastation and impact on our salmon, on our water systems is unfathomable to me if this were to pass. Standing against this is so critical to our planet, not just the state of Washington, to our ecosystems that go above and beyond where we live. Our salmon need this funding. When we talk about this in our community to our friends and family, this is more than just a Climate Commitment Act. This is about our ecosystems that we need to survive as humanity. So I am really thankful that we are talking about this today, that we have community engagement, and I encourage everyone to be speaking about the critical nature of voting no on this initiative. It will be devastating to our environment. Thank you.
Any further comments? And for my colleagues that are virtual, if you'd use the hand raise feature in Zoom, because that'll make it easier for all of us to see you. All right, seeing no further comments, would the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to approve resolution 24-414, opposing initiative 2117, Councilmember Culver,
Yes.
Councilmember Lutzis,
Yes.
Councilmember Sassen,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous and the resolution is adopted.
All right, thank you very much. Next on the agenda, Mr. City Manager, where's the fun?
Yeah, Juneteenth last week was a great event, and we have some slides up here that capture some of the fun we had. And my coworkers Stephanie Brown and Nicole Suarez and Garrett Oppenheim and others did a great job organizing it, especially with the help of our DEIA committee and also the Inglemoor High School Black Student Union, Maurice Leary, the Kenmore Heritage Society. As you can tell, it was a big team effort and we had great turnout. And to make it even better, we had a special visitor, Congresswoman Susan Del Bene came. And are there slides? Are the slides moving? Yeah, so there's some of the speakers, and Congresswoman Susan Del Bene on the right, and representatives from the high school also spoke. So yeah, some kids came and played some cool instruments, and it's a great event. It was part of the farmers market. And wait, who's that? Oh, there's Hank Heron. What do you know? So just a great time, and really glad we were able to have that event.
That was a great event. Next up, we have public comments. As I said previously, want to welcome folks to the council's meeting. Please address your comments to the mayor and the council. Folks will have 3 minutes to speak. Clerk will call your name when it's your turn. Please state your name and city of residence. Stay within your allotted time. And again, in order to keep folks here feeling welcome and safe, let's refrain from booing, clapping, heckling, yelling, or causing other interruptions. The meeting is recorded for your transparency. I want to thank everyone who is here to make their voice heard. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. We have the following guests wishing to speak: David Marin, Patrick O'Brien, Julian Lowe, and Stacy Valenzuela online.
Hello, my name is David Marin. I'm a Kenmore resident. I'm also a past fire commissioner for the North Shore Fire District for 20-some years. The North Shore Fire Commissioners and the Shoreline Fire Commissioners are meeting to place a ballot measure before the citizens to form an RFA, a regional fire authority, combining the North Shore and Shoreline Fire Departments. This consolidation can be a good thing. Tonight, I'm asking you to request a seat at the governance table for this entity. Right now, the North Shore Fire Department Board of Commissioners is comprised of 3 active union firefighters and the wife of a Shoreline Fire Department fire chief. There's 1 citizen on that board, unaffiliated. The Shoreline Fire Department has a similar makeup on their board. This is not an accident. The fire unions are actively recruiting and support the election of fire service candidates. No citizen can really compete in this environment. Right now, the Board of Fire Commissioners, when the North Shore Fire District contractor for Shoreline Fire Department for services, costs for the service was supposed to go down. That's not happened. The East Side Fire and Rescue, which comprises North Bend, Issaquah, Sammamish, and a couple fire districts around the East Side area. Their RFA governance model includes city council members on the board. 3 of the 5 members of that entity are from the cities of Sammamish, North Bend, and Issaquah. It's very difficult for the firefighters to control that board because their city council members are elected there. The services provided by East Side Fire and Rescue are excellent, and the costs are much less than they are with the Shoreline North Shore model. The governance model prevents the fire service members from taking over that board. I implore you to ask for representation of your fire department's Board of Commissioners. Since the North Shore Fire Department contracted with Shoreline Fire Department, I can identify $3 million in questionable expenditures. This year's property tax bill, the North Shore Fire Department was the only taxing entity whose tax collections went up. Their 2024 budget request was even higher until I went to the board meeting and explained that because of the benefit charge could only be 60% of their budget, they had to reduce their ask to stay at that limit, but they're currently at their total limit. They're right now putting on in the August election, they're asking for a measure to increase the levy limit. Please ask to be on this board.
Thank you. Mr. O'Brien?
Patrick O'Brien, Kenmore. I agree with everything Dave just said. We basically have had our fire resources taken away from local control and put in the control of Shoreline. I think we need to listen to what he has to say. And to my favorite topic, the funding and the approval of the Kenmore Maintenance Facility. Investigating corruption within the city staff is a serious matter. If you suspect wrongdoing, I recommend reporting it to the appropriate authorities. You can consider the following steps. Document evidence. Any relevant information, documents, records related or alleged corruption. We have a signed affidavit. That's more than alleged. We have whistleblowers. Many organizations have a confidential whistleblower hotline. We do not. Your city you have to have an avenue to report your concerns and have them thoroughly investigated. We do not. Contact law enforcement if you believe criminal activity is involved. Contact local law enforcement or appropriate agency. We really don't have anybody watching the hen house on bad reporting by city staff. City Council Ethics Commission, reach out to your city council members, which I've done every time I get a chance, or an ethics commission if they exist. They can investigate and take appropriate action. Talk to media, which we'll do. And then Joe is also under the obligation as a lawyer with the Washington State Bar. He has additional responsibilities to report wrongdoing, which is the case in this whole maintenance facility fiasco. Absolutely. And as predicted, before you decided to go ahead and fund the initial round, I said, you're going to claim, oh, it's for the environment that you're going to pass this. Oh, it's the environment that we're not going to do that. And then I pointed out, oh yeah, they're going to build a 5-story parking garage if Sound Transit gets a hold of it, which totally throws your argument right out the window. You have no recourse. As a matter of fact, Samantha Loyok gave the wrong map on the setbacks for the fire station property. And that was corrected only by somebody paying attention. So you need to investigate this. I'm not going to let go of $30 to $50 million going down the drain on just an absolutely fake process. They buried the acquisition process. You were lied to. Deborah Shrebnick was lied to. And if at the very least, you should recuse yourself from investigating this, but it will be investigated. Thank you.
Thank you. Julian Lowe?
Hi, good evening. Julian Lowe, Seattle. I'm the Local Government Affairs and Public Policy Manager for Puget Sound Energy, urging passage and extension of the PSC franchise for 5 more years. Over the last several years, PSC has made significant improvements to the electric system. These include tree wire, substation improvements, distribution automation, which allows us to more quickly detect and then leading to more quickly address outages and improve vegetation management. On the issue of climate, we are projected to have a 60% non-emitting portfolio. And this is in part due to EV charging, some of which we have installed here at Kenmore City Hall. And we also look forward to additional work with the city on EV charging and as well. Over the last several years, we'd like to call out and appreciate our partnership with City Manager Rob Carlindsey, City Attorney Don Rayton, Public Works Director John Vicente, And then on the issue of the climate action plan later this evening, really appreciate our work with Richard Sawyer and Nina Rasmussen. Again, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight and urging passage of the franchise extension. Thank you.
Stacy Valenzuela, can you hear us? Stacy, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
We can, go on.
Thank you. Stacy Valenzuela Kenmore. At the January 9th City Council meeting, staff stated funds over $500,000 defaulted loan for the boathouse to the Kenmore Row Club would be recovered. I know that they had insurance to recover at least the first $25,000. Why is the Row Club still in charge of the boathouse with no monthly rent, no payment on the default loan, no maintenance fee? Are they still paid rent from North Shore School District? The city also said they would transfer the remaining 6.4 million ARPA funds that were supposed to go to affordable housing to the general fund. Most residents do not know that the other residents suggested purchasing the old fire station for the public works facility. This would match in size at less than 20% of the cost and much safer environmental option close to the Heron Rookery than a huge transit hub with 5-story cement parking garage, 3 huge 300+ unit housing complexes. Most residents do not know that the old fire station located on 73rd Avenue has a building gross of over 13,000 square feet, is almost 5 acres of land with 2 stories of office space. So I am glad to see the changes to the North Shore School District lease. The Row Club needs to be held accountable through the insistent policy for default payment and pay monthly rent on public facilities. We need the city's help with solutions. The next few months, hundreds of high rent increases and fees will again go into effect. Some will include newly added utility fees, while at the same time, other utility fees are going up due to the city-approved taxes, franchise fees, or increases. We need the directed discounts for seniors, veterans, those with disabilities at the lowest fixed incomes to go into effect. We need you to be the watchdog of PSC claims of up to 45% discounts, as we see seniors and those with disabilities only see 10% discounts, but the increased rates of over 30%. We need our city to be part of the solution to keep residents healthy in house. Please designate 1.4 million of the ARPA funds to the seniors, veterans, and those with disabilities on fixed incomes as a grant to keep them in their homes this year. Joining several organization representatives, senators, and other cities supporting rent stabilization, protection, and preservation of the mobile home community zoning, and add no junk or franchise fees to tenant protections for extremely low housing in our community. Find a way to implement the discounts before next month. The facts are that for every $100 increase of rent causes homelessness to increase by 9%. More of our most vulnerable will be priced out yet again into homelessness. Is there room for 100 more of my neighbors at the encampment in Kenmore? We also need to increase our solar grid in our city. What about covered parking at city lots? Thank you for consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Valenzuela. Mayor Herbeck, all signed up have now been heard.
All right, next on the agenda is our consent agenda. The chair would entertain a motion. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Culver.
I'd like to remove item D, please.
Okay, Councilmember Culver would like to remove item D. The chair would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda minus item D.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The consent agenda minus D is adopted, which brings us directly to item D. Authorize the city manager to approve and extend the Puget Sound Energy franchise for an additional 5 years. Councilmember Culver, you had a comment on this?
Yeah, I don't have any questions for staff, just a couple points. We had a climate community workshop last fall asking for suggested actions from folks about what we should do about the climate crisis. I'm not endorsing this necessarily, just surfacing it. Someone added this suggestion: call out PSE for being a fossil fuel corporation with fake green energy programs, and then parentheses asking for an op-ed from council on this topic. That got quite a few stickers of support, 18 stickers, little post-it notes. I just wanted to elevate that, and we can draw straws from council if we decide to move forward on that op-ed. Secondly, the PSC is part of our discussion later with CAP. So I think with those things in mind, I would move that we table this agenda item to the next regular meeting on July 8th.
The motion, is there a second? Hearing on the motion dies to lack of second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll on item?
Mr. Mayor, I don't believe you have a motion.
Oh, you're correct. Thank you. The chair entertained a motion to authorize the city manager to approve and extend the Puget Sound Energy franchise for an additional 5 years.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to authorize the city manager to approve and extend the Puget Sound Energy franchise for an additional 5 years, Councilmember Lutsis,
Yes.
Councilmember Sassen,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Councilmember Culver,
Nope.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
With 6 votes in favor, the motion passes.
All right. Next on the agenda is a presentation, Evergreen Health, State of Healthcare, presented by Evergreen Health CEO, Dr. Ettore Palazzo. I apologize if I mangled that.
Good evening, Mayor Herbig, council members, city staff. Thank you for the opportunity to present tonight. My name is Dr. Ettore Palazzo, and I'm the new Chief Executive Officer at Evergreen Health. While I'm new to my role, I'm not new to the organization. I have been caring for patients, serving in various leadership roles here at the hospital at Evergreen Health for over 2 decades. And while I have a Kirkland address, I am literally a stone's throw away from Kenmore, and some of the most important aspects of my personal life have happened in this great city. I want to thank the council and your predecessors for what you have created here. 26 years ago, I was on a flight of Kenmore Air when I proposed to my wife. She said yes, by the way. I don't know what I would have done if she said no. Several years later, both my children learned to ride their bikes at St. Edward State Park, and both my kids now just graduated this year, one from high school, one from college, and still one of our favorite things to do is to head over to Rhododendron Park and play basketball together. So thank you for this great city. 52 years ago, this community and several around us made the decision that healthcare local mattered, and not having to travel outside of what was described as our region, our community was an important thing, and the concept of a public hospital district was formed. Many folks maybe aren't even aware in today's day and age of what a public hospital district is, but in my opinion, and many who serve at Evergreen Health, it is very important. I think this slide showing our Board of Commissioners really speaks to that, especially in today's era of consolidation in healthcare. And in recent news, there are very few independent hospitals left. And in fact, our friends just 10 miles south of us at Overlake just a month ago announced that they are now affiliating with MultiCare. And we are seeing that across the state and what that means. And they provide great care there, as many hospitals do. But making local decision-making part of what we do at Evergreen Health has always been important for over half a century. And these commissioners that you see before you are committed to that. And the important thing is they are us. They are elected from the community to help make decisions about what matters for healthcare here. So I'm grateful to each of them. And I'm grateful for the dedication to what you see on this slide. Every hospital system, every healthcare organization has a mission, vision, and values. And I'm proud to say in my 21 years at this organization, never has it been more true than now, coming out of the most challenging time in the history of our organization with the COVID pandemic and how we entered it as the tip of the spear. but also seeing some of the quality and safety that is happening at Evergreen. I'll share a slide on that momentarily. Some of the very best that we've ever experienced, and of course that's important for our residents, but how incredibly distinguishing that is, and being able to accomplish that and put in motion the foundation that quality and safety are the start and the finish of everything we do. No mission, no margin, so finances are important too, but that is an important aspect of what we do. In a moment, I'll share what is really distinguishing about that here at the hospital. First, a couple data points, and we have a 354-bed hospital here at Evergreen Health, and you can see our district services Kirkland, Redmond, Duval, Woodinville, Sammamish, Bothell, and Kenmore. Almost 4,500 babies were delivered at Evergreen Health last year. That is the second most of any hospital in the state, and we're really proud of that. When we think about everything we do in between and taking care of patients when they need it, whether it's during a pandemic or business as usual, inpatient care, urgent care, emergency room services are all important things of what we do, but also end of life. We get one birth in life and we get one death in life, and we intend to do everything we can to make that an important part of the care we provide. And so our hospice unit, which is very unique, to have inpatient and home hospice is very important. The walls of the hospital and our clinics are not where care stops, and we have a home care division that goes out in the community when patients still need help after they've left the hospital or their clinics to provide services. And so we intend to continue that work, even though it's as challenging as ever to do that. We'll talk about that in just a moment. This map shows what our district looks like. The green outlined area is the Kirkland Evergreen Health District map. That represents King County Hospital District number 2. And several years ago in 2012, we entered into an affiliation agreement with Snohomish County Public Hospital District number 1, Evergreen Health Monroe, as it's called, and working together to enhance that care across these two public hospital districts has been an important part of the work we do. Here in Kenmore proper, we're proud of the primary care that's provided in our clinic. I know this photo should look familiar to many. Mammography, rehab services, physical therapy, urgent care, all located here, and making sure that we're part of the community, a commitment to the community and sponsoring the events that take place, not just in Kenmore, but in this district, and being a proud member of the Bothell Kenmore Chamber is also essential. I want to emphasize the title of this slide. There is no more important thing for us to understand that we exist for one reason alone, and that is to take care of the patients in our community. We will never, ever forget that. Again, whether it's in the middle of a worldwide crisis with a pandemic, or if it's healthcare as usual, which is challenging. This concept of the public hospital district comes with certain responsibilities, and we are a junior taxing district. We do receive funds from the community, and we understand that investment is really important, and we want to reinvest in the community, and I'll show you what that looks like. But first, just a sense of what this looks like for a typical resident, on what percentage of their tax bill for their property taxes goes towards the public hospital district, and that's called out in the top portion of this pie graph. So 1.8% of taxes for our community residents go towards the public hospital district. And in reference, you can see some of the areas, EMS, library, the city, the county, et cetera, and where we land on that. Again, it's a small portion, but we're very grateful for that amount, and I'll show you in a moment what we do to reinvest in that. I hope these bullet points resonate with all of you. Making decisions locally and being made by our residents themselves as our commissioners, I think, is incredibly important. And the voice of our community matters. We have a community group, our community advisors, that help us understand where we're doing well and where we're missing the mark, so we can adjust to that. And our goals are, using tax funds beyond the usual revenue that we receive through standard insurance contracts and through government payers to go above and beyond what a healthcare organization can do with those alone, which, by the way, the revenue that we receive is important from the commercial payers and the government payers, but they are not keeping track with the inflationary pressures that exist for healthcare and the expense with it, which is expensive. There's no question about it. Of that investment that comes in, there's about $21 million that comes in from our community. 30% of that gets reinvested in our community services, so $6.4 million. And you can see here on the slide where that reinvestment happens. Sadly, we're not alone, that we lost a lot of money in the last 2 years. $150 million plus dollars. And the board said, we have a way forward to address that, but we are not going to adjust what we do to invest in the community. And so that $6.4 million was not changed, supporting youth mental health, caring for our seniors, social determinants of health through our community health access team, and end of life care, which does not pay for itself. When we talk about hospice, needed to stay as a commitment, and proud of that. I know I'm running short on time. Be mindful of not overstaying my welcome, but these are some of the areas where we feel partnering with our community has happened and will continue to happen. The Community Advisors Program, as I referenced, our employees are out in our communities volunteering. That's an important mandate from us because we know what it means to be out and supporting the folks that support us. Community sponsorships and local relationships with chambers, with our Rotaries, Kiwanis clubs, absolutely essential. Very close to finishing up here. I hope this slide resonates with many. We are graded, as every hospital is, on our outcomes, both for safety, quality, and the care we provide. And this is publicly available. You can go on a number of sites, both from the government, CMS, and others to see how we compare to any other hospital in the state and in the country. And what you're seeing before you is that investment in quality and safety. Healthgrades, which is an organization, these are all the blue badges, rates hospitals based on observed to expected outcomes. And so you can tell, and knowing full well, I used to work at Harborview before coming to Evergreen, that's a different patient population, but these tools are meant to help stratify for the risk of the type of patients we're seeing. So being labeled as one of the top 50 hospitals in the country, only 2 in the state, is very special. When you layer on other elements like the Leapfrog safety grade, it's a letter grade we get every twice a year. You don't want to bring home an F grade, and some hospitals do bring those home, just like the report cards back when we were kiddos. But Evergreen has been an A-rated hospital for 5.5 years, and then Medicare and Medicaid rate us as well. Right now, there are only 15 hospitals in the country. I will repeat, 15 hospitals in the country that have achieved this level of quality. No other in the state of Washington. And I'm not saying that other hospitals aren't fantastic. We are very fortunate with great healthcare, but I'm hopeful that this community, this public hospital district understands what this means for the folks that want to come and get care here. We are committed, and anything you want to see on this slide, the cool thing is if I were to take this down to the ICU, to the FMC, our Family Maternity Center, or the ER, that staff would look at that and say, Dr. Palazzo, we are so proud of that, but I think we can do that even better. And I think that's how we ended up there in the first place. Final comments, it has been challenging in healthcare. The most difficult clinical times because of the pandemic, and now most difficult financial times. We are based, we didn't change, just like any other business that can raise their rates or their prices. We are fixed contracts. And so when inflation changes, we are beholden to the contracts until those can be renegotiated. And so like other hospitals, we lost a lot of money, and you can see the data here. It's very staggering and actually quite frightening. Evergreen Health for 2024 is turning the corner, and we're grateful for that, but we're climbing out of a big hole. And we are working hard on expense management as well as fiscal responsibility and other ways to invest in services to provide care local, but also to provide care that has a margin so we can be here for the community. So I will finish with this slide. From humble beginnings in 1972 to where we are now, very proud of what this hospital district has done for our community, for Kenmore and beyond. And we don't grow for growth's sake. We are here for the community and hope to be here for another 50 years, making local decisions that matter. So with that, I will yield my time and happy to answer any questions the council might have for me.
Questions? Councilmember Culver.
Yeah, thank you. So appreciated the notes about reinvesting in the local community and being a good advocate, right, for the community. I want to talk a little bit about medical debt. It's the cause of most bankruptcies in the United States. And The Atlantic recently declared that GoFundMe is a medical healthcare utility now. Great. So this is a serious pocketbook issue for folks. And your presentation nails it that a lot of this comes back to the medical insurance industry, right? And the reimbursements. And we know that we pay more for tax care than any other country, yet we have shorter life expectancies, et cetera, et cetera. Some of that is beyond the scope of City Council, but one thing we can do locally, which other municipalities have done here, is canceling medical debt. So there's a group called Undue, UNDUE Medical Debt that can help facilitate this. They work with hospitals like Evergreen to securely identify patients, meeting certain financial hardship criteria and work out a deal to cancel their big bills. This helps you all in closing out the bills on long-running debt collection efforts. And it's a cost-effective win for equity for the folks who need it most. And I wondered if this is something Evergreen might be interested in partnering in.
Thank you, Councilmember Culver. Absolutely. I mean, we want to explore all options to ensure that patients that need care, receive care, and don't end up in a situation that ends up being worse than when they came in to receive their care when we talk about their finances. We do have charity care policies that we follow very closely, both our own and those that are beholden to state RCWs that are very important, and looking for other mechanisms to make sure that we are here for our community. And so and that concept is definitely something that has been discussed and assessed and analyzed. And we don't have that in place at this time, but it is certainly something that is being reviewed at the finance team level.
Okay, I will pass that interest along. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
I don't have comments, but just I don't have questions, but I do have just a couple of comments, mainly of gratitude for Evergreen Health Center. My brother was born there in 1976. I have a niece and a nephew that were born there in the 2000s. It helped my father when he was sick. I mean, he's healthy now, thank goodness, but having local health care so nearby. Me, last year, I went through my own personal health crisis and had to go there 21 days in a row, and not having to drive to downtown Seattle or the U District for the high quality care that I was able to receive at Evergreen. I couldn't be more grateful. I had no idea what a treasure we have in our community for the quality of care that I received through the treatment I needed. So I am genuinely thankful that you're here. And like Councilmember Culver, I do think we have a broken healthcare system. It's wonderful that we have something so high functioning here in Evergreen Hospital. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
I have one quick question. Are you, I'm sure you're aware of the crisis care levy that the King County is doing and also the partnership that Kenmore has with surrounding cities to open up a crisis care center in Kirkland. Are you having any discussions around how you can best interface with those crisis care centers and utilize the services that'll be there?
Oh, Mayor, we are so grateful that this is in place at any moment. In fact, right now, as we're speaking, we have patients in our emergency room who are suffering from behavioral health challenges and crises. And we are doing our very best to care for them, understanding that their comorbid or secondary medical conditions need to be addressed as well. But many of those patients can be served and open up capacity for us in the emergency room for those true medical emergencies. And please know that there are behavioral health medical emergencies that our ER and other ERs need to be able to respond to. But the crisis center coming online is I can't even, there are not enough words to describe how grateful we are for that. And we are doing everything we can to make sure we partner, because those same patients, if they make their way there first and need a medical evaluation to ensure that it's safe to continue their evaluation there, we want to do that for them so that there is a bi-directional flow for these patients that need both behavioral health and standard medical services all together wrapped up in one.
Glad to hear it. Any further comments or questions? Councilor Sassen.
Dr. Palazzo, I'm so pleased that you came today. I just want to introduce myself, not just as the council member that you see here today, but as a home and birth center midwife of 25 years. I co-owned the Puget Sound Birth Center on the backside of the block of Evergreen up until my retirement 3 years ago, and now here I am. 30 years ago when we opened that birth center, all of our transfers had to go across the water to Providence Hospital because Evergreen would not receive us. And I just want to commend the hospital on maintaining your autonomy and your ability to be nimble and to grow, because over those 30 years, through no small effort of my own and my colleagues, and your colleagues, we were able to make a lot of change. There is now a statewide program called Smooth Transitions that Evergreen takes part in, and that has improved outcomes with shared responsibility for birthing people in all settings. So I just wanted to make that comment and introduce myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other comments? All right, I'm not saying any. Thank you so much for taking your time and coming out, and apologies for us running a little bit late. So thank you for sticking around, and we appreciate your partnership.
No apologies necessary. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. All right, on to our business agenda. Item B, automated photo enforcement update, revenue and potential expansion presented by traffic engineer Tobin Bennett Gold for discussion. And Chief Moen. Totally fine with us.
Oh, there we go. How's that? Mayor Herbig, Deputy Mayor O'Kane, council members, thank you so much for setting aside some time to have this discussion with me tonight. I hope it's okay that I repeat myself once every few years, but I just wanted to remind us why we're doing this and why speed management is so important. And I have here again, my favorite equations in traffic engineering. It's the closest thing we have to a natural law of traffic safety, is the relationship between travel speed and crash risk. It's an exponential relationship. If you reduce the travel speed, you reduce the crash risk. If you reduce the travel speed by half, you're going to reduce the risk of injury crashes to 1/4, and you're going to reduce the risk of fatal crashes to 1/16. It's an exponential relationship. Really, for small to medium gains, we see huge gains in reduction in fatal crash risk. And this is something that we've achieved with our CAPE program in our school zones, where we've implemented that right here on this graph. This is what we're seeing in our school zones right now compared to what we had before we introduced our photo enforcement program to our 73rd Avenue and our Juanita Drive school zones. We have about a 43% reduction in speed, and that results in a 67% reduced risk in injury crash and an 87% risk of fatal crash. This is really more, it's more than I expected. I'm just very, very pleased with how effective our program has been so far. It's a program that we designed from scratch here, and it's something I'm very proud of. Something that I think is critical to the success of our program is that our program is a service to our community, and it's service to our community by being safe, fair, equitable, and transparent. When I say safe, I'm talking about our sites are selected by their safety merit, and our traffic and our revenue from the program is dedicated to furthering traffic safety in our city through a variety of means, both through services and through funding projects, as well as through funding the CAPE program itself. Our program is fair. It's not a gotcha system. We're doing everything we can to give drivers every chance to self-correct before entering an enforcement area, before they're subject to that enforcement. And we've been really successful with this. We have 98 and 99% of people able to avoid getting a fine when they drive through our enforcement areas. Almost everybody is able to avoid, almost everyone is able to voluntarily comply with the speed limit when traversing our school zone areas, compared to 99% of people that were exceeding our school zone speed limit by 6 or more miles per hour before we put these enforcement areas in place. The other way our program is fair is that it is not the first solution we jump to. We are not trying to look for opportunities to put photo enforcement absolutely everywhere we can. Our screening process for photo enforcement is almost a process of elimination. We eliminate everywhere where we still have more work that we can do that we expect will also achieve that result of speed management. Our program is equitable. It does not disproportionately impact disadvantaged groups. Lower income road users are overrepresented in active modes of transportation, walking, cycling, overrepresented on transit, and underrepresented in personal motor vehicle use. Almost all of our photo enforcement tickets go to personal motor vehicle drivers, which are overrepresented as higher earners in our communities. Because our program does affect so many people, we do know that we are going to affect people with lower earning. But we want to make sure that our program, when it does affect people who are economically vulnerable, that it is not something that is likely to cause financial disruption for them. So we do make our tickets. We have the lowest fine. We have a $100 fine right now, the lowest fine in the region. Additionally, we work with King County courts. Our tickets, they can be and they are dismissed for financial cause. And that's something that is going to grow in the ease of that process. And I'll talk about that in a minute. Lastly, our program is transparent. I think it's a testament to our program that how we've inundated the airwaves lately that we're going to be talking about it right here. And I take the crowd in this room as a silent vote of success for that. People know about our program and they're not here to, well, I think it's rare that we get praise, but I think it's amazing that we get very few complaints about our program as well. Part of our transparency, which is especially important talking about introducing new locations, is that at the beginning of our program and when we introduce new locations, we have a 2-month warning period. It's a very long warning period. It's twice as long as what's typical in the region, and it's twice as long as what's required by state law. Our 2-month warning period is really the best way to reach the people who are affected by this program and give them every chance to know that this is coming and that it's going to affect the way they drive on our roads. So what does success look like? We see a reduction in crash risk and we see a reduction in crash risk factors. Crash risk is slow to change. It's highly variable from year to year. So we look a lot at how our speeds change. The speeds change instantly. We saw the speeds drop immediately during our warning period, and then we saw them drop again when our program launched for normal operations, giving out those fines. So we're very confident that we have had a positive effect on our reduction in crash risk by looking at those contributing factors that we see lead to crashes. And we expect that over the long run, we will see that crash risk reduction materialize as well. What we have not seen is more crashes. That's a concern that was raised by some groups as part of the process for designing the CAPE program. And we haven't seen that materialize. We haven't seen an increase in crashes, not even low severity crashes. Sometimes you might expect to see more rear end crashes and fewer severe crashes, but we've really not seen any evidence that crash risk has increased even for those low severity crashes. How do we know our program is fair? We know it's fair because so few people get violations. You know, if we had a gotcha program, we could easily be sending out, fines to 15, 20, 30% of drivers. This is what we see with some photo enforcement programs in the region. This is what we were expecting, actually, when we were designing this program, based on conversations with other cities and with contractors, that we would be ticketing something like 20 or 30% of the people who drive through our school zones, but instead we're ticketing 1.5% of them. So we know that we've given people every opportunity to avoid getting a fine. That's how I know that our program is fair. I also know it's fair because Rob hasn't heard about it. No one's complaining to Rob about our photo enforcement program. And I think that's a tremendous success. This is something that we knew was politically volatile when we started, and we've managed to handle it respectfully and fairly in such a way that people are not coming to us telling us that they feel exploited by this program. I think we're successful in making this a service to our community. We also know that our program is equitable because we're doing less in-person enforcement. This is a lot of contributing factors to why we're doing that. But our 73rd Avenue School Zone was one of our primary areas where we did in-person enforcement. And that in-person enforcement has been completely replaced by our photo enforcement system, which is consistent with our goals in our DEIA plan as well. Another way we know our program is equitable is that we rarely see fines go to collections. We would expect to see a higher percentage of our fines go to collections if we were impacting people with economic vulnerability, but it's just not materializing. That's something that we were making an effort to avoid a fine that could be an economic disruption, and we have not seen that materialize. How do we know our program is transparent? All our stuff is available online. You can look up what the threshold is. I think that's kind of taboo in some circles of enforcement. I hope you're not mad at me. But we tell people how fast they get ticketed for. There's no secret about that. You can find our FAQ on our CAPE page. And in August, our first annual report is going to come out based on our reporting year for our 2023 reporting year. We've also gone above and beyond this. We've talked about our program regionally. We tell people how to build a program like ours. Other cities call us and ask about our program. And everything we did to build this is available to anybody who wants to look at it. All of our program documentation, it's all easy to find online. So I want to talk about how it's performing by the numbers. So we hit a milestone probably sometime this month of having over 1 million people drive through our photo enforcement zones since we started. Of those 1 million vehicles passing through our photo enforcement zones, we've given out a little over 15,000 notices of infraction. That's a violation rate of about 1.5%. That's average system-wide. It varies a little bit from location to location. At Kenmore Elementary School, at school zone, we have about half of the volume that we see on our Arrowhead Elementary School zone. That's no surprise. We have a slightly higher number of notices of infraction that have been mailed out from our 73rd Avenue Kenmore Elementary School zone. That's because that program started a month sooner. So if you look at how many violations are coming out per day, it's pretty much proportional to the volume. That said, we do see that the violation rate differs a little bit. We have a 1.8% violation rate in our Kenmore Elementary School zone and a 1.3% violation rate in our Arrowhead School zone. So again, I think those are really good numbers right there. And when we look at what it's done to our speeds are clocking in just a little bit above 20 miles per hour. I'd love to see 20 on the nose, but this is very close, and it's a huge improvement compared to what we were looking at before. What we were looking at before was an 87% violation rate on 73rd Avenue in the Kenmore Elementary School zone and a 99% violation rate in the Arrowhead Elementary School zone. We had a mean speed of 30 miles per hour while the school zone was active. While the 20 mile per hour school zone was active, we had a 30 mile per hour mean speed on 73rd Avenue through the school zone. And on 180 Drive, the mean speed, the average speed of drivers was 37 miles per hour. And we've seen that reduced to 20 miles per hour. I think that's phenomenal. Our revenue is coming in, I think because our program is so successful, it's a little bit below our estimates, but we're bringing in a net remittance from the courts. This is after non-payments and reduced judgments and declarations of non-responsibility. Everything that comes to us from the courts minus the court fees is $630,000 a year is our estimate. It's not a for sure number because it kind of rolls in cycles. We're going into, the summer months, so it's going to taper off as the processing of the tickets finishes with the May and June tickets. So it'll take a little while to figure out exactly what that number is. But right now, looking at what our monthly remittance is when it gets kind of steady, we're expecting a $630,000 net remittance. The cost of our program, it's not cheap. It's $225,000 to operate the 5 cameras that we have here. That gives us a net annual revenue estimated of a little over $400,000 for our existing program right now. $400,000 and a lot of safety value. We also have, in addition to the 4 speed cameras, we have a new camera. It just started up recently it's a surgically precise red light camera, because what we saw during an engineering study in 2019 was that at 61st Avenue and 522, eastbound to northbound left turn drivers who wait through the queue for multiple cycles make the deliberate decision to run the red light there. The light turns red and they continue making that left turn until someone decides to not be the next person to run the red light. What we saw was that this led to an 80% rate of pedestrians crossing the North Lake experiencing a conflict where they had to move to avoid being hit by a car. There's a video study. We watched people move out of the way of cars. That was a frequency of about 11 pedestrians per hour moving out of the way of cars during peak travel hours. And what we expected, because what we did after this study is we put a police officer out there to help do enforcement for the red light running. The police officer wrote 0 tickets. They witnessed 0 red light runnings. And as soon as they were gone, we saw them happening again. So the conclusion we came to was that a consistent and conspicuous enforcement presence was what was needed here in order to assure the safety of pedestrians crossing that north leg. That's what we've been able to provide with photo enforcement. Instead of 11 pedestrian conflicts per hour, and who knows how many red light runnings per hour. I'd have to ask WashDOT, they own the data for that signal. But we're seeing fewer than 1 violation per week for that eastbound to northbound. So that does mean that this red light camera will never be a moneymaker. This is a cost we're paying for safety. It's subsidized by our other photo enforcement locations. But if it keeps that first bad pedestrian crash from happening, that's something that is still a success for me. So we have some changes to the law that were signed into law in March. I have it right here. It's in front of me. Geez. In March 2024, effective in June 2024. Some new requirements for photo enforcement programs in the state, not just ours, but statewide. That is that the revenue from the photo enforcement program has to be dedicated to traffic safety activities. Kenmore already does this. That our program has to assess the equity of program impact. Kenmore already does this. We have to publish our program effectiveness, program costs, revenue uses. We have to demonstrate the safety need for new sites. We have to show that other measures are infeasible before implementing new photo enforcement locations. These are all part of our program from 2022. This new photo enforcement bill, it's a case of Washington catching up with Kenmore, and that's something I'm very proud of. A few changes in the law may affect the revenue that we bring in. 50%, there's a 50% reduced fine for low-income first-time offenders. I believe that this is already a common practice by judges, reduced judgment for people with financial hardship. This is something that expedites or eases that process, I should say. This is something that makes that process more accessible and easier for people who need it. The threshold is folks who are receiving public assistance. That's the group of folks that would qualify for this 50% reduced fine. I do expect that we'll see more people taking advantage of this because the process is easier. That's, I think, a good thing for our equity. It's consistent with the desires for our own program. We do not want to burden folks who would be burdened by the photo enforcement fine. And so I'm glad that this is going into place. This is already something that we've rolled into our notices that we send out. When we send out our notices of infraction, they now include instructions on how to get this 50% reduced fine. And this reduced fine, it's for first-time offenders. And it's also for if they incurred subsequent fines soon afterwards. But essentially, it's for first-time offenders. Now, first-time offenders are almost all of our offenders. About 90% of people who receive a photo enforcement ticket have not received another one. I can't say they'll never receive another one. There's always next year. But we're not seeing a high rate of recidivism. So I do believe that when you do get that, I think it's bringing behavior change because people are not having that behavior again in a way that is showing up in large numbers. It is also there's also a lower maximum fine. The lower maximum fine is $290 for school zone violations and $145 for all other school zone violations. This fine is indexed to inflation starting in 2029. So we're not impacted by this, but we have the lowest fine in the region and it falls below both of these thresholds. That's also something that I'm proud of. And in the event that our fine is changed, these would limit how high that fine could be for us or any program in the state. The last thing, and probably the biggest effect on our revenue, is that after a new site becomes active or an existing site expands under the new laws, 4 years later, we have a mandatory contribution of 25% of the net revenue from that site to the Washington Traffic Safety Commission. That's on a per site basis. So a site that opens 4 years from now would have 4 years starting at that point, so 8 years from now, before that 25% kicks in. Lastly, and of particular interest to me, is that the uses of photo enforcement that are permitted in Washington State have been expanded. Right now, our speed enforcement is limited to only school zones. There is now the permission to do speed enforcement for the regulatory speed limit for areas outside of school zones and outside of school zone hours. So there are some under the hood restrictions on where we can do this, but all of that has been baked into our site selection already. There is also transit lane violation enforcement is something that is becoming available. That will be available to Kenmore when the BRT line arrives. But until there's a BRT line on 522, that's not a program that's available to Kenmore at this time. Additionally, I know there's been some interest in block the box enforcement and restricted lane enforcement. Those did get introduced in the bill for wider use, but they're restricted to cities of 50,000 residents or higher. So unless we start putting up a lot more apartment buildings, I don't think we'll be doing that in Kenmore until there's further changes. So this photo enforcement for speed violations is really what I'm focused on for all recommendations for expansion of our program. I'll go over our site selection criteria just really briefly. We have 3 criteria that will make or break a site, and then we have ways we prioritize sites that we think are suitable candidates. Criteria 0 is that our travel speeds meet the threshold for traffic calming. I call it criteria 0 because that basically rules nothing out. You know, we have elevated speeds throughout the city. Our threshold for traffic calming is that we see 15% of drivers exceeding the speed limit by 5 miles per hour or more. And like I was showing before, in our school zones especially, we see much higher numbers than that. And during non-school zone hours, as well as at non-school zone locations, we have no shortage of locations where we see folks traveling well above the speed limit. So criteria number 1 then is that no feasible alternative expected to be effective. So this is the criteria that rules out most of the places where we see elevated speeds, because we still have lots of work to do with engineering intervention. We have lots of projects planned. We have lots of projects that are, currently have outstanding grant applications. And we have projects even that are getting underway this summer. So those areas where we have more work to do, those are not areas where we're looking to do photo enforcement first. They may be photo enforcement candidates in the future, but our goal is to exhaust other feasible interventions before we go to photo enforcement. Criteria number 2 is that vulnerable road users share the traffic environment. That's consistent with our Target Zero goal. We want to focus first on the places where reducing speeds can reduce the risk that a crash involving a vulnerable road user will be a fatal crash. In our school zones, before we had photo enforcement, we were seeing speeds that would almost certainly lead to fatal injury if a crash occurred. And now with the photo enforcement in place, we're seeing speeds that would almost certainly be survivable if a crash does occur. And that is something that I would like to bring to more places in Kenmore, more school zones, and to more road users outside of just those who are using our school zones when the school zones are active or traveling through other places that are not our school zones. Of the sites that meet those criteria, we want to prioritize them based on the highest frequency of speeding violations and the highest frequency of correctable crashes. Again, crashes are highly variable on a single year basis. So we look at a 5-year crash history. The 5-year crash history is by definition slow to change. So it's really important that we look at both of these, and having that speed criteria, looking at the number of violations, that is going to be our crash precursor. That's going to tell us where the crash risk is highest. And the highest frequency of correctable crashes is going to let us respond to areas where there's clear evidence that speed has been contributing to crashes in the past. Essentially, though, these two are practically the same thing. When you sort by crashes and you sort by speed, and if you remember my favorite equations, they're extremely correlated where crashes are and where elevated speeds occur. We see maybe second and third place may change place, but essentially you get the same top 5 whether you sort by crashes or you sort by speeding violations. So I'm going to walk through our site selection here now. My first recommendation is to extend the existing CAPE school zones to continuous enforcement. Right now, we do enforcement 3 hours a day, 180 days a year. That's the school days that we have. And that amounts to providing speed enforcement for roughly 11%, 11 to 15%, depending on the school zone, of the traffic that passes through that area in a year. So we've provided that 11% with a tremendous safety benefit, and I'd like to extend that benefit to the rest of the traffic passing through there. Our schools are inundated with pedestrian activity during school zone hours, but they are still centers of our community during other hours as well. And they are also located in areas where we see a high volume of vulnerable road users, even not as school commute traffic. So extending that enforcement to continuous enforcement to enforce the regulatory speed limit during normal hours and the school zone speed limit during school zone hours. These are locations where we already have all the equipment in place and we just have to change our enforcement practices. So that is a really low-hanging fruit for providing the tremendous success that we've seen so far and expanding it to the rest of our road users that are using these facilities. I also have a recommendation for a new school zone, the Inglemore High School zone on Juanita Drive. This one was initially included in my recommendations in 2022 when we were conceiving of the program. However, at the time, the school zone was very new. To give it every chance to elicit voluntary compliance with that new school zone, we did not want to go forward with photo enforcement right away. It's a mature school zone now, and we still see problematic speeding behavior both during the school zone hours and also during regular operating hours, especially so during the school zone hours. And I'll talk about that a little bit more later, more details about this site. Lastly, this is going to be a completely new type of photo enforcement for Kenmore in that it is not in a school zone at all, but it is an area where we have a very high density of crashes and very high speeds. It is also one of our more complicated traffic environments. This corridor of Juanita Drive from 158th to 170th Street has a high driveway frequency, both for low density and high density residential. It has frequent transit stops. It has pedestrian and bicycle facilities that are well used by our communities. And it is an area where we are seeing an increase in bicycle crashes as well. And I think it is very important that we do everything that we can to manage speeds in this corridor. And we've done a lot already. What we're seeing right now is we're seeing the lowest speeds at the areas where we've done the most, where we've really invested in contextual and environmental traffic calming near our traffic stops. Those are the areas, near our traffic stops, near our transit stops. Those are the areas where we're seeing the lowest speeds. They're still higher than we would like. And the areas that are further away from those spot improvements, we're seeing high travel speeds there that don't seem to show a longitudinal effect of those spot improvements that we make. I think we have an opportunity here to introduce photo enforcement in a way that can have a corridor-wide effect, and I'll talk about that more when I go through our individual sites. I do want to also share two honorable mentions here, which is the Kenmore Middle School Zone on 202nd Street. This was also part of our recommendation initially. At the time, it was under construction during the Walkways and Waterways project, and that's why we omitted it at that time. The reason I am coming in short of recommending it right now is that I think we have a lot of work to do on 68th and 202nd. Our speed limit there is 25 miles per hour. That's a target that we haven't hit yet with the improvements we made at the Walkways and Waterways project. But I think we do have an opportunity to do low to moderate cost traffic calming in this corridor, funded by the CAPE program. And if we're able to get speeds in line, if we're able to get normal travel speeds in line with the 25 mile per hour speed limit, I think that will spill over into a reduction in our school zone violations as well. So it may be that in the future we do make some improvements here and still recommend that area for photo enforcement. But at this time, I think we have more work to do before we can jump to using photo enforcement at that location. And it's work that I hope we can get to soon, because these are not projects that I think will be cost prohibitive.
Tobin?
Yes.
Can you also mention two other possible locations that could have made the honorable mention list.
Absolutely.
South Juanita and South Simons.
Absolutely. I'll add those in after number 6. So number 6, this location right here, 170th Street between 70th Avenue and 75th. We do see high speeds here, but we actually have a project that's just started right now. When we did the overlay, I think it was in 2020, we narrowed the travel lanes, installed buffers, attempting to give some squeeze to the motor vehicle lanes, and expected to see a reduced speed from that. That speed reduction didn't materialize in large part because people were driving wheels on the buffer line, erasing it even. And then when the buffer lines erased, they're back to having 14-foot lanes, and it feels very inviting to travel at higher speeds than are appropriate for the speed limit. But this new project coming in is retrofitting that with a treatment similar to what we've delivered on 73rd just recently, giving those almost literally and figuratively giving some teeth to our bike lane buffers, giving them a tactile feedback for drivers that drift out of that lane, hopefully making that lane feel a little bit more persuasive in terms of making sure that people are driving in the part of the road that's reserved for them. I do hope that we see a speed reduction materialize from there, and I think we have to wait and see how that treatment affects Simons Road before we're sure that we want to do photo enforcement here. And that's in line with giving these engineering interventions every opportunity to work before we resort to photo enforcement. So it is possible that we may be coming back next year with a recommendation for photo enforcement at that location. But for right now, I think we want to wait and see how this project works. The last 2 locations are south of location number 2 and south of location number 3. These are areas where we're also seeing high speeds and where we have very few tools left in our toolbox to mitigate speeds here. The reason I fell short of recommending them at this time is number 1, because we don't have a good sense yet of what the longitudinal effect, the lengthwise effect on the road will be of installing 24-hour photo enforcement at these intersections that are at 153rd and Juanita Drive and at 155th and Simons Road. It may be that we see a speed reduction effect materialize for a distance before that photo enforcement, and that may make it so that we don't have as much a need to prioritize those locations in the future. Another reason that I'm holding back on recommending those locations is because it's very easy for this map to get crowded. I don't like the idea of people having double, triple jeopardy photo enforcement driving through Kenmore. We have a need to manage our speeds, but I don't want to pile on unless we have no other route to go. So it's absolutely important to me that, especially in corridors where we're doing photo enforcement already, that we be very careful about expanding use of photo enforcement in that corridor, and that we pay attention to how we're not only impacting more people, but impacting the same people multiple times as they travel through our city.
You have your cursor show those 2 locations.
Right. Okay. So that would be a location right here near Kirkland city limits. And
yeah, I'm not seeing the mouse, but that's okay. But yeah, so
there we go. Okay, sorry. Yeah. I thought it was mirroring my. Okay, that would be one location right here near Kirkland city limits on Juanita Drive, and another location near Kirkland city limits on Simons Road over here.
And again, we're not recommending that. We're just keeping an eye on it for now.
Exactly. So going site by site. Before we go site by site, I want to say is that there are some small changes we're going to make to our photo enforcement area treatment and that how our photo enforcement areas are set up, because it's really important to me that people know they're entering a photo enforcement area, that they know that they are already speeding before they get there. That's the purpose of the speed feedback signs, and that they have every chance to avoid getting a ticket by being attentive drivers and recognizing the messaging that our signage is providing them. So as you travel into our school zones right now, which is where we're doing photo enforcement, the first thing you encounter is a speed feedback sign with the regulatory speed limit posted on it. and also with an advanced warning sign that there is photo enforcement ahead. These speed feedback signs are tuned to alert you when you're driving over the speed limit, over the regulatory speed limit during normal operating hours, and alert you when you're driving in excess of the school zone speed limit when photo enforcement is in effect for the school zone hours up ahead. So it'll flash if you're going 25, 26, even though that's below 30 miles per hour, if the school zone is in fact ahead. So these are calibrated for the time of day schedule for the school zones. The second thing you will find is a school zone flasher with the regulatory photo enforcement sign. The regulatory sign isn't required to be posted on the flasher, but in designing our school zone treatment, we thought that that is where it made the most sense to put it. It can be installed at other locations, and we are going to make a change to that. And I'm going to recommend that in just a second, or I'm going to walk through that in just a second. So after passing the speed feedback sign, you will see the flasher. The flasher will be active when the school zone is active, and you will see that flasher before you enter the enforcement area. Next, you will enter the enforcement area. These cameras are actually slightly outside the enforcement area, but the area on the ground they're looking at is within the enforcement area, and that's where I've marked them on the map. The camera is a symbol. So the changes to this that we're doing are both to be consistent with changes to the MUTCD and how speed feedback signs are supposed to be used, and also to make it a treatment that we can more consistently apply to areas where we do school zone enforcement, as well as areas where the enforcement is not related to a school zone. So the camera, the enforcement area will remain the same. However, the photo enforcement regulatory sign is being removed from the speed feedback sign, and it will be added to, being removed from the school zone flasher, and it will be added to the speed feedback sign. The speed feedback sign with changes to federal standards is no longer permitted to have a regulatory sign and a warning sign both attached to it. So putting the photo enforcement sign on the speed feedback sign makes that post carry only regulatory signs and alerts people to the enforcement area, whether it's a school zone or whether it's not a school zone. I don't want to keep that photo enforcement regulatory sign on the flasher if we're doing continuous enforcement. I don't want to imply that is only the school zone speed limit being enforced. Attaching it to the school zone, attaching it to the flasher allows that regulatory sign to apply to our regulatory or school zone speed limit photo enforcement that we're doing. This clear and consistent signing is just another way that we're being transparent and fair with our road users. So that photo enforcement ahead sign is not required at all. That's just something that we do. And I want to keep doing that. So I'm going to take that off of the speed feedback sign, and I'm going to put it even more advanced. So you will encounter first, as you drive into our enforcement zones, whether they're school zones or non-school zone enforcement areas, you will first encounter that yellow photo enforcement ahead sign. Then you will encounter a speed feedback sign with the regulatory speed limit and a photo enforcement regulatory sign. The speed feedback sign will still be tuned to the school zone if it is advanced in the school zone, so it will still display that too fast message if you're driving too fast relative to the 20 when the 20 is the rule. Then if it is a school zone, you will encounter the school zone flasher. It will look just like any school zone flasher that we have right now, enforcement or otherwise, but you've already passed the threshold where we've notified you that this is a photo enforced area, and then you will enter the enforcement zone in the same place. So this is the uniform advanced treatment that we'll be applying to all of our locations, whether we expand the program or not. These changes, some of them are made to be compliant with federal standards. So going site by site, we have our first location is looking at expanding Arrowhead Elementary School Zone to extend it to continuous enforcement. Enforcement of the school zone speed limit when the school zone is in effect, and enforcement of the regulatory speed limit when the school zone is not in effect. The same enforcement zone, the same cameras, but enforcing two different speed limits depending on whether or not which speed limit is active at the time. Right now, what we were seeing, these numbers that I'm putting in front of you have filtered out all of the school zone hours. So these are just normal operating hours that we're looking at here. If you look at only the normal operating hours right now, our current mean speed is 35 miles per hour. After enforcement is effect, we expect that that will reduce close to 30 miles per hour, a similar magnitude of effect that we've seen with getting in line with our school zone speed limits. Our violation rate right now is 51%. 51% of drivers are exceeding the regulatory speed limit by 6 miles per hour or more. And we predict that will drop to about 0.5%. Again, that's in line with the reduction in violations that we've seen consistent with our school zone program. That's what we're using as the metric for making our future predictions. This reduction from 35 to 30 in mean speed amounts to a 39% in reduced risk of fatal crashes every hour of the day. Now, that's an 80% when the school zone is active compared to what we saw before. The school zone's already active. I'm not baking that in here. This is a completely new fatal crash risk during non-school zone hours. This is I talked about this a little bit with our original photo enforcement recommendations, but when we look at crash frequency here, this is a very small crash capture area. So we're looking at 1.8 crashes per year happening in this school zone area. And we expect to see that reduced to 1.6 crashes per year based on that reduction in speed happening all day long. Our next location is extending the enforcement hours of 73rd. That's extending it to enforcing during non-school zone hours is what I mean to say. The school zone hours, I should say, the school zone hours are staying the same. School zone hours are still going to be 3 hours a day, 180 days a year. No changes to when our school zone flashes are active. Right now, we see a mean speed in this at 73rd of 34 miles per hour. That's a very recent number. It is lower than it was before the 73rd Avenue project started, and it is improved, but there's still room for safety improvement through enforcing that photo enforcement speed limit. We expect that enforcement speed limit, that after enforcement, the travel speed, the mean speed will be more in line with the speed limit of 30 miles per hour. The violation rate right now is 41% violating, and we expect to see that again go down to 1% of what the current violators are, which is a little less than 0.5%. This is a 34% reduction in fatal crash risk, and it's again about a reduction of 1 crash per 5 years, about a reduction of 0.2 crashes per year that we're expecting to see in that school zone. Okay, so this is a new school.
Hang
zone.
on 2 seconds here. It looks like Councilmember Lutzis has his hand up. Councilmember Lutzis?
Yeah, I just had a clarifying question about that violation rate. So I am, assuming that violation rate is violating the posted speed. Is that correct?
Yes. So our enforcement threshold is we ticket folks who are going 6 miles per hour over the speed limit or higher, and that is the percent of people who would receive a ticket under that threshold. And that's based on, yes, the posted speed limit, whether the posted speed limit is the regulatory speed limit or the school zone speed limit. In this case, in the previous cases, we were only talking about regulatory speed limits, so that's correct, based on the 30 mile per hour posted regulatory speed limit.
Yes. Yeah. My clarifying question was whether that violation is looking at the posted speed limit or those who actually receive citations or are projected to receive citations based on that 6 mile per hour threshold. So thank you for that clarification.
I did actually, you reminded me of one thing that I skipped, which is north of 192nd Street, the speed limit is 35 miles per hour. When we reduced the speed limit south of 192nd Street to 30, we were not able to extend, we were not ready to extend that reduced speed limit north of here. What I am recommending is that we extend it through that curve so that we begin signing the 30 mile per hour speed limit before you enter the enforcement zone, so that we are not having the speed limit and photo enforcement, speed limit change and photo enforcement happening at the right place. I feel comfortable doing this also because we do see lower speeds on curves. We do need to see lower speeds on curves. And although I think we have more work to do before we reduce the speed limit to 30 for that entire corridor north of 192nd, for this small section of the corridor, I do believe it's prudent, not only prudent, but important that we do that before we implement photo enforcement here, so that we're not having the speed limit change within a photo enforcement area. That would not be fair. Our Inglemoor High school zone is pretty straightforward. It's going to be signed similar to what I described. There is one thing I need to talk about here, though, which is that right now the speed limit is 35 miles per hour on Simons, and we have for a while had a target speed of 30 miles per hour. We are doing a project right now to really shore up the visual and tactile effect of that reduced lane width and the bicycle buffers that went in 2022. If we are going to make a change in the speed limit here, I think the best thing to do would be to change it before photo enforcement happens. I think it would be difficult to make people feel completely served by a fair program going through a speed limit change while photo enforcement is active. At the very least, we would restart our warning period if we did something like that in the future. I think since we do have a project going in here, which is going to contribute to our speed management, and we're going to give it a chance to work, and we can pair it with signing for a lower speed limit, I would like to recommend that before we implement photo enforcement here, that we do reduce the speed limit on Simons Road and 170th throughout the entire city limits from 35 miles per hour to 30. This was a recommendation made in the 2022 arterial and collector speed limit evaluation study, and it's one that I've had my eye on for a while. Right now, Simons Road is performing pretty well for the 35 mile per hour speed limit. And if you were to swap out the signs and nothing less, it would be performing similar to Juanita Drive for a 30 mile per hour speed limit. So it is, I would like to do more here, and I think photo enforcement might help us do a little bit more here. But I think after we see some small or moderate effect from the project that's going on right now, that we will be closer to being in line with a 30 mile per hour speed limit on Simons Road than we are currently on Juanita, where we have a 30 mile per hour speed limit. And then I think that is a change that will be important to get in place before we do photo enforcement for the regulatory speed limit here. I want to sign that new speed limit probably for at least 6 months before even the warning period begins, to give people every opportunity to get used to the new speed limit and put orange flags on it, have a party, put it in every news blast we can. But give people every chance to comply with that speed limit before photo enforcement starts here. And it could be that photo enforcement is not necessary in 170th, but I do anticipate that photo enforcement will be necessary in the Inglemoor High school zone, especially for the school zone speed limit, because we really can't make changes to our road to get people to comply with a 20 mile per hour speed limit based on contacts and environmental cues, because that road needs to be 30 miles per hour the rest of the day. So we can't build it for 20. And that's why the flashers and that's why photo enforcement are such critical tools in getting compliance with our school zone speed limits. Because I'm recommending the school zone speed limit, the school zone photo enforcement here, I am also recommending the continuous speed enforcement here, because with the school zone speed limit here, we have everything we need in place to provide a safety effect. And it seems like we'd be shooting ourselves in the foot to turn the cameras off when there's a safety benefit to be had by leaving them on to provide that safety value to a wider group of road users, motorists and vulnerable road users both. So back to Simons. These numbers are a little bit of a wonky estimate. I've been using Juanita and what's changed on Juanita since we reduced the speed limit there to help me make my predictions of what will happen here if we reduce the speed limit to 30 miles per hour. So anything that's an estimate based on the lowered speed limit, I've put it highlighted, italicized in red. That's me being transparent. Right now, what we're seeing is an 88% violation rate for the school zone speed limit. I don't expect a 30-mile-per-hour speed limit to change that very much. I expect that we'll still see that 88% violation rate. I expect to see that violation rate reduce again to about 1% of what it is now. And that will provide, when the school zone is active, an 80% reduction in fatal crash risk. That's moving from an environment where a crash is near certain to be fatal for a vulnerable road user to an environment where it's almost certainly survivable if a crash does occur. For non-school zone hours, we're expecting to see a 49% reduction in fatal crash risk by implementing photo enforcement at this location. So I'm going to round that to a 50% reduction. And if you think about a 50% reduction in fatal crash risk, the other way to look at that is years from now, when this is in place, we can say that the risk of fatal crashes was double what it is now. So we can reduce that risk by half. We can reduce that risk by half by putting photo enforcement here. Again, because a school zone is a limited capture area, we see about 1.2 crashes per year in this school zone, and we expect to see that reduced by about 1 crash every 5 years. And those are crashes of all severity. Our next recommendation here is a corridor speed enforcement on Juanita Drive between 158th and 170th. This is something new. It's not a school zone enforcement. There's no school zone in this area. This is enforcing the regulatory speed limit only. The regulatory speed limit here is 30 miles per hour. We see a violation rate, a 6+ mile per hour violation rate of 65% here. Compared to the school zones I've been showing you, what we see for crash frequency in this corridor is 23 crashes per year. This is a place where even the reduction in low severity crashes is large enough and the crashes are happening frequently enough that I do expect it to show up in the data, a year, 2 years, not on a long horizon, but I think you'll be able to look at a graph and find out when we put photo enforcement on. I expect that we'll see about 4 crashes fewer per year after we put photo enforcement here. That's crashes of all severities, and a 50% reduced risk of fatal crash here. What we've arranged here is the same treatment that we've been talking about for approaching this enforcement zone. It is strung out over a longer geographic distance here. I'm doing that, number one, because our highest northbound speeds and our highest southbound speeds are not at the same place. We see our highest northbound speeds at the bottom of the hill as you're in that flat straightaway approaching 170th. And we see our highest southbound speeds as you're approaching those curves to the south before you go into those reverse curves. We have here substantial distance here between our advanced warning sign, which is completely containing the enforcement zone for both directions. And then we have the speed feedback signs. One of them is existing, one of them is new, and those will be in advance of our enforcement zones. A question that's come up? Oh, yes.
Yeah, sorry, I'm looking at the map here and maybe the numbers got swapped or maybe I'm missing something here, but it looks, according to this map, like the two, your speed signs are actually right in the middle of the enforcement zone and not outside of the enforcement zone. Because it looks like if you're traveling south, you hit, the 0 first, then you hit, am I missing something here? Sorry, it looks like they're kind of reversed. So it looks like 1, and then you enter in the zone with the cameras with 3, and then you get the sign showing your speed in the middle of it.
Okay, so I tried to put the markers here on the side of the street corresponding to the direction that they're enforcing. So if you're starting at 158th heading north, you will first hit sign number 0, the photo enforcement ahead. You will travel down that straightaway and you'll encounter a speed feedback sign just south of 165th Street. Following the speed feedback sign, you'll encounter the enforcement zone will be actually located between 165th and 170th.
Okay, that makes more sense. I'm sorry, I was still, part of my brain, I think, was still in school zone enforcement, which was different. So I apologize. Thank you very much.
Oh,
And
no,
it
that's
looks like
absolutely fine.
Councilor Lutzis has his hand up also.
Yeah, I had a quick question too, just to provide some clarification on the crash frequency. Do you have just a rough estimate how many, because that's a significant number of crashes currently, how many of those are vehicle, pedestrian, vehicle, bicycle versus say vehicle or vehicle fixed object?
I don't have that information with me. I do know that there are at least some bicycle and pedestrian crashes contained in that number. That number is also it's a 5-year number divided by 5 actually. So it's a length of time capturing a much larger number of crashes. So we do have a full representation of the types of crashes that occur on this road are boiled down to that number, and that does include crashes involving vulnerable road users.
So is that number maybe skewed a little bit based on the recent traffic improvements that have been made on Juanita Drive? Should we expect to see that number a little bit lower if we look at the current average over the last year or two?
That's a really interesting question. And it's something we struggle with all the time because we've had so much going on. We've had the pandemic skew our numbers up. We've had construction skew our numbers up. We've had safety improvements skew our numbers down. This is one of the reasons why it's so important that we're looking at speed and not just crashes, because those speed numbers are very reliable. We can go out there and we can measure the speed in one day, in a week. We can get numbers from our speed feedback signs for historical speeds. So what I take from this number is not precisely that it is going to be 23 crashes a year in the future forever. But if you compare this to other areas in the city, you will see that this is a very high number of crashes compared to other areas in the city that also underwent the effects of the pandemic, that also received safety improvements, that also were under construction. That this is a high crash area, relatively speaking, as well as absolutely speaking.
Thank you. I guess my clarification there is now that traffic improvements have been made, is it more of a downward trend on that, or do we not have the data yet to make that assessment now that construction is over, now that the pandemic is over and these improvements have been implemented? But thank you.
Okay, I think I understand. If we were to only look at a period of time where I feel like we've had steady state conditions here, my assessment is that period of time is too short to draw firm conclusions. So looking at the last 6 months or 1 year of data, given how variable crash data is, I wouldn't feel comfortable drawing a conclusion based on 1 year of data.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's all I was asking. Yeah.
The city manager and the deputy mayor.
Yeah, if I could just add to that, from a speed perspective, anecdotally, as a driver, a frequent driver wanting to drive, if I'm just kind of going with the flow, I'm doing 35, 40 on Juanita, both directions, even with the new improvements. And I'm kind of going with traffic at 35, 40. But if I consciously try to do 30, I get a line of cars tailgating me. And so that right there, just my own anecdotal experience tells me that we need to do a little more. And then what's funny is if I'm, heading southbound on Juanita and I'm being tailgated at 30, as soon as we see the flashing lights at the school zone, everybody backs off. So.
No, I've had exactly the same experience myself, and as someone who endeavors to drive the speed limit, I feel like it must be my job too. I appreciate about our school zones, and this was unanticipated for me actually, is that I like anybody feel the social pressure to keep up with the speed of traffic, whether it's the speed that I want to go or not. And when I'm in a photo enforcement zone, I finally have permission to drive the speed limit. And so I think something that is actually represented in our compliance rate is that we do see people who endeavor to drive the speed limit and aren't being kept at higher speeds by the social pressure generated by the wider traffic environment and the wider population of drivers. So that's an unanticipated anecdotal thing that I've experienced and thought about myself, but I do recognize you drive slow and you're leading a parade is how I like to think about it. I put the city vehicle flashers on and anyway, but yeah, so one thing, a question that's been raised in talking about how we're going to do photo enforcement outside of a school zone, those flashers are a big hint, and how can we maintain that high attention visual cue, letting people know that they're entering in a school zone and without a school zone, right? So we're going to be leaning on our speed feedback signs for this. I'm pretty happy with how they're working right now visually. They display that aggressive slow down message when you're going over the speed limit. I've heard people tell me that it doesn't get people to slow down. I think that's partially true. I think it's an easy message to ignore, but we saw people ignoring our flashers a few years ago too. And people have stopped ignoring our flashers. Our flashers are strong signals that this is an area where it is important both to you and to the community to drive the speed limit. And I think that we can engender that sort of association with our speed feedback signs as well. I think our speed feedback signs serving as those cues that you're entering an enforcement zone and you're going too fast for that enforcement zone. I think that will give people the tools they need to comply with the speed limit and avoid getting a ticket in these areas.
We've got two questions still up at the dais. Deputy Mayor and then Councilmember Sassen.
Yeah. First, I just want to thank Councilmember Lutzis for his question, because that was one that I had. I am curious about the data with the traffic calming improvements, because unlike our city manager, I found that I drive the speed limit and that's pretty cool. Like, I drive a Mini and I tend to motor, so it's keeping me at the speed limit almost naturally. So I'm just stating my personal experience, which I'm surprised how impactful those measures are, and I'm thankful for those measures. A question that just came to my mind was, and I don't expect for you to have this answer, but I think it would be interesting for us as a council to know what hours those crashes take place. I just was thinking, I've seen crashes, say, from the night before in the morning, DUIs, people being reckless at night. Is it happening during the day, during traffic hours? I think that would be very informative for us, just as an interest. But I do think that the crash frequency projections, given all of what you described, it's hard to make a forecast on the current state to predicted state based on all of those changes and it being about a year since they've been implemented. But anyway, I just wanted to share. I thought it'd be interesting to know those hours. Is that something that we could know?
Absolutely. In fact, it's something we included in our local road safety plan revision this year. I can tell you off the top of my head that south of 158th Street on Juanita Drive through that curve is an area where we see a higher than normal rate of dusk and dawn crashes. And in the Arrowhead neighborhood where we have the traffic calming project going in soon, another area where we see elevated rates of dusk and dawn crashes. In this corridor, that's not something that rose to the top as being overrepresented here. I can't tell you off the top of my head what the baseline percentage of night crashes versus day crashes versus twilight crashes is, but I'd be happy to send you that information. It'd be very easy.
Thank you. You're so good at data. Thank you.
Also to speak to your other remark about the 1 year of history we have here. So it will take a while to really know what's going on with crashes, but the speeds are something that we can look at right away. And it is something that we have looked at and it is something that we do see that it's improved, and it's improved the most in the places where we've done the most. And what we've had difficulty doing is getting a smooth speed profile throughout this entire corridor. We see areas where it's slower and areas where it's faster. And we're hoping that, that providing this conspicuous enforcement presence in this corridor will smooth that speed profile out and help us see, help us get that speed management effect longitudinally as opposed to just at certain locations where we've really drilled in to the speed management.
Does, and I was going to ask this later, but while we're on that speed management, do you think it's the signage and threat of photo enforcement that changes the behavior? Because the majority of people are not getting tickets, right? So you're with the signage, people are automatically slowing down. Is there, I'm just wondering if there are examples of signage that have equal effects to photo enforcement.
So with our speed feedback signs, without the assistance of any photo enforcement, we do see a smaller effect. We have seen within the city, based on the before and after studies that we've done at our other speed feedback and speed feedback signs that we've installed in the past few years, we see anywhere between a 1 and a 3 mile per hour reduction in speeds. So not on the same scale as what we see with photo enforcement, but they do increase compliance with the speed limit. And that is something that we have one speed feedback sign already present here. So the effect of that speed feedback sign is baked into our speed data already. I do want to install a new speed feedback sign here for southbound drivers because we don't have one. And that is part of our standard approach to photo enforcement signing that I've laid out with these diagrams.
Thank you, and I do appreciate those feedback signs, the one that you're talking about. I drive by it all the time, so thank you.
Councilor Sassen?
I had a resident ask me if this, if you could please comment on whether any of the new CAPE will just push people out into the neighborhoods and have them speeding through the neighborhoods back roads. I just thought I'd give you a chance to comment.
Yeah, so and especially if we're looking at building out the full suite of recommendations that I have here, it's really difficult to cross the bridge without traveling on either Juanito or Simons. So I don't want to say we have them pinned down, but they'd be hard pressed to find a route, and I know of a few routes, and they're not attractive.
Perhaps I'll just suspect my neighbor of riding round and around the block really fast.
But to that note, we do proactive speed and volume studies throughout the city, over 100 studies a year, and we do try to monitor travel speeds on our neighborhood streets, our collector roads, as well as our arterials. So if there is problematic speeding going on in the city, we're typically the first people to know about it. So CAPE is inseparable from its financial impact. You can't have photo enforcement without tickets and fines, and it's what engenders that behavior change in the face of enforcement. In putting together revenue expectations, estimates, I should say, revenue estimates for these recommendations, the assumptions that I've made is that we'll see similar success, effectiveness to what our school zones are. If they are less effective, that means more revenue, but less safety. There's a trade-off there. Not that we're aiming for one or the other. We're trying to make them as effective as possible. But this continuous photo enforcement is not something that we've done yet in the city. And if we get a 1.5% or 1% compliance rate, like was baked into the estimates that I've given here, then this is what we'll be looking at. But even if we see a slightly higher rate of non-compliance, then that will show up in the revenue as well. Even a 2% would still be higher than what we're looking at, the estimated annual revenue, even though it represents only a small change in the compliance that we see. So going to be very sensitive to that rate of compliance right there with our revenue estimates. We are also looking at a similar rate of non-payment. We'll be discussing in a bit a change to the $100 baseline fine, but Anecdotally, we may expect to see a higher rate of non-payment with higher fines. The anecdote I'm referring here to is, I think Seattle's photo enforcement fines are $230 or $250, much higher than ours, and their rate of non-payment is also much higher than ours. So that may be correlated, but it's something to be aware of that's baked into this number. These numbers were made with the $100 base fine. The financial sustainability plan recommended an increase in the fine, but these estimates were done with our base fine right here. And again, I'll talk about that base fine and how it may change in the future in a bit. So this is a pretty self-explanatory sum and list. I have underestimated the revenue for Inglemoor High School zone on Simons. That revenue estimate is based on not changing the speed limit. If we do change the speed limit, then it is likely that we will have a higher rate of violations. So I just wanted to be conservative with estimating that case. Now, this is $2.9 million with a full build out of all 4 of these recommendations. After the 25% mandatory donation to the Washington Traffic Safety Commission kicks in, this would be $2.2 million. So 2.9 million for 4 years and 2.2 million after that 25% kicks in. So the financial system.
Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Quick clarifying question on the last slide. So you're just talking about, this is just new revenue on the expanded hours for number 1 and number 2.
That's correct.
So it's not including the current revenues that we're already seeing.
That's correct.
Okay. And with the changes that we're talking about, and you may be addressing this later, so I apologize. With the changes we're talking about, this will make number 1 and number 2 then fall into the category where we will need to split some of the revenues we're already receiving with the Traffic Safety Commission. Have we baked that in with our assumptions also?
That is correct. So if we make no changes to locations number 1 and number 2, they will not kick into the 25% that revenue share that we send to the WTSC. However, and a strictly revenue-based analysis, we stand to gain much more revenue by increasing the enforcement than we would by avoiding the contribution.
And increase safety. So, all right, thank you.
Yeah, and I might be jumping the gun here, and this might be on a next slide, but we intend to spend the money in 3 ways. One is, you got that?
I got that.
Okay.
I got you, Rob. Like I was saying, we intend to spend the money in 1 of 3 ways. No, I'm okay. No. So the expectations from the Financial Sustainability Task Force, the recommendations, were to introduce 2 new CAPE locations and increase the fine from $100 to $136, and that would amount to a contribution to the general fund of $1.1 million. So this is not directly in line with that, but it still meets the needs met by the plan put together by the Financial Sustainability Task Force, and I want to walk through how this money contributes to the general fund, albeit indirectly, and how that baseline assumption about a contribution to the general fund is met. So the funding is legally obligated to traffic safety activities. This is, oh, I left a dangling parenthesis there. Legally obligated traffic safety activities, it cannot contribute directly to the general fund. That $2.9 million in net revenue, we plan to spend it in 3 ways. $1.25 million can be used to offset expenses incurred by the general fund by paying for a proportion of the police contract that is proportional to the amount of time that they spend on traffic safety related activities. That's things like responding to crashes, performing traffic enforcement, their role in the review of the CAPE program. So about 25% of the police time is spent on traffic safety related activities, and 25% of that police contract would come out to $1.25 million, which can be offloaded from the general fund and absorbed into the CAPE expenses. $1 million, it has been our goal from the outset of the program to put $1 million from CAPE into pavement preservation, and pavement preservation is the vehicle by which we provide systemic safety. When we do, in addition to keeping our roads safe to drive on mechanically, when we do pavement preservation, we're allowed to reimagine how we're using that pavement footprint, and that lets us deliver a lot of longitudinal improvements and system-wide improvements by rebuilding our roads to our standards. So things like 73rd Avenue and the great improvements we've made there, that started out as a pavement, still is a pavement preservation project, which has allowed us to deliver multimodal facilities, multimodal traffic safety, speed management. So pavement preservation is very much in line with doing systemic safety in our city. And we'd like to dedicate $1 million per year of the CAPE revenue to that pavement preservation and systemic safety. That leaves a little more than $500,000 left to perform spot improvements. Lots of small projects can be built for $650,000. This will fund programs as well as projects, as well as staff time and consulting hours that are required to deliver those projects. And that will be to the amount of $0.65 million, which sums up to 2.9. However, if you remember what I was just saying, that in 4 years after these sites go live, that $2.9 million will be reduced to $2.2 million. And the math here doesn't work the same after that. It erodes our ability to provide traffic safety improvements throughout our city. Our ability to provide traffic safety improvements, Councilmember Lucis.
Yeah, I was waiting for a good time for him to jump in. Councilmember Lucis, do you have a question?
Yeah, I do. Just a clarifying question about the FSP task force recommendation. Just in that blue box to the left, it says 2 new CAPE locations and increase the fine and then help offset the general fund by 1.1. Does that also include the transition of the school zone cameras to 24 hours, or is this just the 2 new locations and increase of fine?
Their projections didn't have the benefit of the nuance I'm able to bring into my own CAPE specific analysis. I think what they were doing was assuming 2 brand new locations with similar performance to our existing locations.
That's correct. They were not aware
Okay.
of this 24-hour situation.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
So I think the ability for CAPE to provide both systemic and spot safety projects funded by the CAPE program is integral to the CAPE program itself. When we're not able to invest that money back into our roads from the CAPE program, the program is going to stagnate. When we'll become reliant on photo enforcement, we'll have fewer resources to deliver non-photo enforcement solutions to the rest of our city. We'll have fewer feasible measures that we can implement that aren't as heavy-handed as enforcement. Taking that money, that revenue from the photo enforcement program and being able to invest it in our streets prevents us from needing to resort to photo enforcement in those areas. And so I think it is important to protect the city's share of that revenue, the spending power of our photo enforcement violations, of each violation, through measures that will keep that baseline remittance from eroding over time, both in the dollar amount and in the spending power that it carries. So the way I want to do this, and this is difficult because it also is really important to me to keep that fine as low as possible. And so I really only want to recommend increases to the photo enforcement fine in ways that keep the value from that ticket from eroding. When our photo enforcement revenue goes down, I want it to be because people are getting fewer violations and not because that remittance is getting chipped away by other interests. So what I would like to recommend is in 2025, when we have, should we choose to expand the CAPE program, when we have those continuous enforcement sites go live, an increase from $100 to $110 for the CAPE fine. And that would be simply to offset the program costs. Moving to 24-hour enforcement has a higher program costs. And $110 is the value of the fine that would hold in parity the remittance that we get right now. So increasing to $110 would mean that our increased program costs are not eaten out of the money that is otherwise able to be put towards traffic safety investments. And then in 2029, when the contribution to the Washington Traffic Safety Commission kicks in, I would recommend an increase from 110 to 135. Again, only to maintain parity with what our ability is right now to invest in the traffic environment. So that is not increasing the amount of revenue retained by the city, that's maintaining parity in order to offset the increased expenses of the program and the contribution that the program is making to the Washington Traffic Safety Commission. Every 5 years thereafter, consistent with the state law regarding the increase in maximum fines, I would recommend increasing our own fine, indexing it to that maximum fine, which will be updated every 5 years with inflation. So when the maximum fine goes up by 3%, I think our fine should go up as well by the same metric. So those are my recommendations regarding both CAPE's contributions to the financial sustainability plan, as well as how to make CAPE financially sustainable itself. I have one more thing I want to talk about tonight, which is the impact to our community, because so many people are impacted by this program. We've had 1 million people drive vehicles. We've had 1 million passes through. I'm sure many people have driven through multiple times, so I have to be careful with my language. But our photo enforcement program has had people pass through it over 1 million times already. And it's really important to think about the effect it has on those people and the people they share the road with. I want to call specific attention to how CAPE directly supports Kenmore's DEIA strategic plan, shifting enforcement from in-person enforcement to systemic automated enforcement reduces the amount of traffic stops that our police need to do and reduces the opportunities for bias to be introduced into policing. This is called out in, is it section 6? This is called out in our DEIA. This is called out in our DIA plan regarding policing. And it is exactly consistent with CAPE's goals of having that equity, of having that bias-free enforcement. Additionally, in our DIA plan, we have traffic calming and speed management in order to create a more comfortable, safer, inviting environment for our multimodal road users, reducing reliance on motor vehicles, motor vehicle ownership, allowing a wider people with a diversity of needs, a diversity of abilities, and a diversity of comforts to become multimodal users and have that option as a mode choice in our Kenmore environment. And when we're going to be having motor vehicles share the environment with cyclists and pedestrians, managing speed is incredibly important, not only for keeping them safe, but for making it an inviting environment to travel in and as a vulnerable road user. Parts of our policy that support this by state law are personally identifying information not captured by our cameras. It's license plate only. The determination of whether a violation occurred is made without ever seeing your face or identifying who you are. Our site selection is safety-based, and it targets areas where otherwise police would be doing enforcement, such as the 73rd Avenue school zone. The site selection process also prioritizes areas where vulnerable road users are in higher volumes and exposed to motor vehicle traffic. So our CAPE program is directly in support of our DIA strategic plan. Our CAPE program also supports the equity of financial and safety outcomes. Our low-income road users are disproportionately exposed to crash risk and the risk of fatal injury. I talked about this earlier. Lower income earners are overrepresented in vulnerable modes, and transit users and underrepresented in personal vehicle miles traveled. Our high income users, however, are overrepresented. So we know that the people who are most likely to be paying our tickets are the least likely to be impacted them in an overly burdensome way. Roughly 99% of our drivers, 99% of our drivers are able to voluntarily comply with the speed limit and avoid a fine. Whatever your income level is, you have every chance to not get a ticket, every chance to know that enforcement is happening here. Of the people who do receive fines, very few of them go on to receive a second fine. We don't see a high rate of recidivism. We do have the new state law, which allows for that easier access to a reduced judgment for financial hardship. We also are continuing to prioritize keeping our fine low. Our fine is the lowest in the region, and even with the plan for adjusting that fine amount, the dollar amount of that fine in the future, it is still the lowest in the region. Today, at least. If other people lower their fines in the future, I can't speak to that. Lastly, and this was really impressive to me, but only 0.2% of our fines enter collections. I said I'd talk about this, and now that's when I'm going to talk about it. This is lower than for parking tickets. So people are more likely to be able to pay our photo enforcement fine than they are to pay a parking ticket. This is 2% of fines. Now, the fines are 1% of drivers. We're looking at a very small share of 1 million people that are impacted by our photo enforcement program in such a way that results in a fine going to collections. And I think that really demonstrates that we've had success in having that equity of financial outcomes for the people most vulnerable to being impacted by our program. So I just want to end on this note again, that our program endeavors to be fair, equitable, transparent, and safe. Those are the foundational values of our program. Right now, with the new photo enforcement laws, a lot of agencies regionally are looking to dip their toes into photo enforcement for the first time. And a lot of agencies already with photo enforcement programs are looking to expand those programs aggressively. When we started this program, I think we had an easy time of it because we were only impacting essentially, we were 90% of our drivers, 80% of our drivers receiving fines come from other cities. And to a certain degree, they're not represented on this council. But we're entering a time when every city soon, not every city, many cities may be doing photo enforcement. And it's going to be especially important that we're good neighbors and that so are they. I have, in my own career, I've lived through photo enforcements that have not lived through me. In Pima County, we had a photo enforcement program that made the residents of the county and of the state feel exploited by photo enforcement. And through popular momentum, that the permission to use photo enforcement as a tool was removed from the city of Tucson and from Pima County by proposition, by council or county administrator, board of administrators. And I know that with photo enforcement use expanding here, we are going to be getting a lot of attention regionally for what these programs are like when they crop up. Kenmore has had the opportunity to be a role model for a program that is fair, equitable, transparent, and safe. That's something I'm very proud of. I think we have a very good program. And I think the longevity of this program and possibly the longevity of photo enforcement in our region and in our state depends on us continuing to be fair, equitable, transparent, and safe in building a program that serves our community, does not make our community feel exploited, and demonstrating that Kenmore can use photo enforcement in a way that is effective as well as responsible. So I know I've talked a lot, and Chief Moen has been itching to jump in.
I don't know if you're familiar with Penn and Teller, but we're kind of a Penn and Teller act. I would agree that you're going to start seeing, I anticipate a saturation of the region, if not the state, with these type of programs. So I hope that other jurisdictions will be as thoughtful and methodical in their approach. And it's nice that we have so many cities here locally and actually nationally now that are contacting Tobin for his knowledge and essentially now being a subject matter expert. So I hope that we are mindful in our approach moving forward, that we are going to see a lot of these around in the region, and that the public's appetite for these type of programs is going to wane if we are not as thoughtful as Tobin is. So I'll leave it at that.
So this is more than an update. We're looking to see if there's general consensus in the direction we're recommending. And if there is, we will bring back formal council action to move forward with this in September. So that's the feedback we'd like to get now. And I know it's been a long presentation. It's 10 o'clock at night. You can give us your thoughts now, or one idea is to take a quick break and then come back and give us your thoughts.
Yeah, unless there are any objections, I'd propose we just take a quick 10-minute break, let everybody stretch, because it's been a while, and we'll come back, do questions. So we'll be back at, say, 10:08. All right, we are returning from our brief recess. And going into the questions and comments phase. I appreciate you putting up on the screen there exactly what you're asking about, which I think is wonderful.
It's not my first council meeting.
No, it really does make things go quicker. So we've got a couple, I already see two hands up. We got Councilmember Marshall and then Councilmember Lutzis and then Councilmember Sassen. Councilmember Marshall.
I'm generally in favor of moving forward with the whole project. I'd like to see at some point 61st included for the speed monitoring. People use 61st as a speedway often to get up into Briar and to Linwood and to Mount Lake Terrace and eventually the freeway. Thanks.
Councilmember Lutzis.
Yeah, thank you very much for this very comprehensive report on all of this. I just going through, I had a few different questions and comments. Actually, Deputy Mayor O'Kane covered one of my questions that I had early on. And you know, I'm of the same mindset. I'm curious to know sort of what periods of the day most violations occur, and then incorporating that in terms of how we look at implementation. One question I did have really quickly is how effective, can you remind me how effective the photo enforcement is with bikes or trailers, non-traditional vehicles?
So
like motorcycles.
With motorcycles. I think Chief Moner.
I can tell you from my personal experience reviewing a lot of these violations, the cameras do pick up both. So if it's a truck pulling a trailer, it will capture the rear plate of the trailer. And we do regularly issue tickets to motorcycles as well.
Okay. Thank you. I think, you know, and this is something that our discussion, my questions earlier started to get me to think about, but I would like to see just personally some more quantitative data and studies when it comes to implementing CAPE outside of school zones. I'm all for CAPE inside school zones, especially during school zone hours, because that, you know, that's about keeping our youth, our most vulnerable, safe, and I think that's really important. And so outside of that, I think it would be helpful to see some of that data, just to take that into consideration when making some of these decisions. But that being said, I'm certainly fully in support of a school zone camera enforcement in the Inglemoor area for IHS. And then in terms of the direction on fine amount, I'm all right with increasing it based on your recommendations to what you suggest. Just knowing that, you know, these violators, if they're violating, you know, a few more dollars that the city might be able to bring in from revenue might be helpful there. But those are my main questions and comments that I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yeah, thanks. I am generally supportive of the expansion as well, and Councilmember Lutzis is kind of on the same page I am in terms of data. In particular, I guess I just want to make sure that these particular expansions, including the expansion of the hours in the school zones, are actually the most important expansions that we should be making. So one of them, I noticed that the violation rate is, I think it was 41%, which is, you know, I mean, it's significant, but it's not particularly high. I guess I would wonder how that competes against other areas that might have a higher violation rate. And we're also done with whatever improvements we're going to make. I understand that, you know, there's some areas where we have planned improvements, and obviously we want to wait for those. But I just want to make sure that our expansions are in the most important areas. And in terms of the fine, I would frankly be fine with moving up to the 135 now, but I don't have strong feelings either way. But I do think we should be increasing it.
Deputy Mayor.
First, I just want to say I'm really thankful for your presentation. I really am thankful that our city takes a traffic calming approach to public safety when it comes to our roads before implementing CAPE expansion. I think that you have demonstrated your care and diligence to being as mindful as possible, and I know that we've been a role model in the region for that. I do think that I'm not going to go into where I was about to say. Me personally, and I think there are many residents in our community that probably align with me, but for me personally, I cannot support expanding the surveillance state with additional traffic cameras. That is just something that I have committed to not doing. I will say direction on Simons Road, I support reducing the speed limit. On the fine amount, I recommend keeping it as low as possible, even at the $100 amount, so that people will actually pay it. It's significant enough, but not too much that people might not dispute their tickets or let them go into default and collections. So I had one more piece. So I'm not supportive of CAPE expansion. Thank you.
Councilmember Culver.
Thank you. I didn't know we were giving direction tonight, but we can give some direction tonight. I have gotten some pushback on the 24 hours, so I would likely oppose that. I've previously spoken in favor of CAPE on some other things with the fine amounts, and I'm not sure on the Simons Road 170. So I think I would be able to make more of a decision with more of the data in front of us with the annual reports. I'm looking forward to seeing that. But I did want to convey that I'm leaning toward no on the 24-hour enforcement myself. So thank you.
Speaking for myself, I think I really appreciate the work that that you put into this. Super thoughtful, very thorough, and I think the way that you built your recommendations was very thoughtful and very defensible. I think the safety, I think the speed reductions that we're seeing are significant and are, you know, we're celebrating. I think what we're seeing there is great, and frankly, I'd like to see more of those. The only other location that popped up for me, kind of like, 61st popped up for Councilor Marshall, and I've spoken with you about this, but 80th coming like especially south down the hill from 205th down to 192nd. I've talked to a lot of folks who complain about speeding down that street. But other than that, I think that your recommendations that you're putting forward are great. I mean, we need to be doing what we can, and the places we're recommending are places where we've done what we think we can do with engineering and with paint and with signs, and the threat of getting an additional fine, people comply, and we've seen that. I'm sensitive to privacy and all of that, but I also believe the state has some pretty stringent privacy requirements in here. This isn't like, in some places where the police will go around and record every license plate they see parked and then keep that data for 90 days. This data is in and out for one use and isn't tied to any particular driver. And as far as I know, isn't used in any way to track where cars are going or anything like that. So I support the recommendations that you've put forward, Tobin, and I appreciate the work that you've put into that. I do think we need to, as a council, go through these questions. So first, so when you, sorry, I'm just getting my head back into this after the break. So for Cape expansion, we're talking specifically about, okay, yeah, okay, sorry. So we've got the Cape expansion, then we've got the speed limit, which is almost kind of separate. And then we've got the fine amount, because the speed reduction you're talking about on Simons isn't necessarily tied to Cape, it's its own separate thing.
That's correct. They could be done independently. I think there's synergy in doing the speed reduction before Cape hits if
Yeah.
Cape is going to hit.
No, I think that makes sense, but it's kind of a separate question there. Okay. So I think we need to give direction on whether we want something to come back in September. So I really, this is where it'd be easier to have everybody in the room. So I would like to just get thumbs from folks on whether we're, Councilmember Shrubnik?
Oh, I was just ready to.
Okay.
Do
Okay.
whatever
I was,
you
you're
need.
the only one I couldn't see there.
Sorry.
Deputy Mayor, did you have a?
I do have a comment on Cape expansion that I don't think I stated, regardless of my overarching no. I do think that it would be wise for council to take a modest approach. Less is more at this time, whether it's expanding the school zones to 24 hours or choosing to add Inglemoor High School. I would actually maybe just start with Inglemoor High School school zone and wait for more data on the Juanita Drive corridor that's been proposed. I recommend less is more. I think we need more data on some of the locations. So that is the approach that I recommend. I also, what I did not state is, I think, I think I've expressed it. You've done a great job presenting this. I'm just not I'm not able to shift on this. It's just a personal position that I can't shift on. But with that, I recommend that the city take caution here. As our police chief mentioned, we're going to be saturated with these signs all over the region. How much do we want to participate in that? The other piece is, though, emphasis on signage. Your approach in demonstrating that was great, but I would like to see us use more of that throughout our city. But for our council, I recommend less is more. Choose one new location if we are going to expand.
Councilor Lucis, is that a question?
It was just a comment to follow up on that, just briefly. One thing that escaped my mind when I spoke previously was, as Tobin pointed out, we don't want to oversaturate our own city and then make our residents feel exploited. That's not at all the purpose of this. So, I am in agreement with Deputy Mayor O'Kane about taking a modest, more moderate approach, and as data comes in, assessing from there and allowing people for us to be able to really assess how it's impacting our residents.
Councilor Marshall?
Yeah, and I'm fine with the expansion. I'm fine with being being judged on relying on the idea that nobody has the right to speed. Nobody has the right to put in danger other people's lives, as I see every day, and I've seen mainly since COVID getting worse and worse and worse in Kenmore and everywhere else. And I'm fine to be judged on that. Expand Cape.
All right, so I think we need to break this down to, I think what I'm hearing is that we should break this down to a couple decision points. One, whether we want to expand Kenmore Elementary and Arrowhead to 24 hours. Two, whether we want to add Inglemoor and whether we want that to be 24 hours at some point. And then three, whether we want to add the Juanita stretch. Does that, if we go through the questions like that, does that work for everybody? All right, so on question one, so that'd be expanding Arrowhead and Kenmore Elementary to 24 hours. Can we just get okay, I've got 1, 2, and then online, can I 3?
Yeah, I don't know, Nigel, I have a hand raised here.
Yeah, Councilor Shrubnik.
Tobin, one of those had a very low, one of those was the 41% non-compliance and one of them was high non-compliance. I think Arrowhead was high non-compliance, right, at the regulatory speed?
I can jump back to that.
Because I guess like I said, I mean, I would support expansion in the areas where we have high non-compliance.
Okay, so in the Arrowhead school zone, we're seeing a 51% violation rate. And in the Kenmore Elementary School zone, we're seeing the 41% violation rate.
Okay. I thought one of them was like 80 something, but maybe that's somewhere else.
So for any site with a magnitude of 80% in that neighborhood, that would almost exclusively be in the city of Kenmore. That would be in school zones only. Around 40, 50, 60%, that's the neighborhood that we're seeing our high speed areas. And again, these are already limited to our high speed areas, but that 40, 50, 60 is the neighborhood of non-compliance for our regulatory speed limit during non-school zone hours or at non-school zone locations. So it really is apples and oranges with trying to get, or I won't say that, it's an entirely different magnitude of effect when we're looking at getting folks to drive that 20 miles per hour versus folks that drive the 30 miles per hour.
Thanks.
All right, so why don't we actually break this up a little bit more then? Let's go through each one. So Arrowhead.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Of course.
Like there were a few council members requested more data. And beyond what was included in the agenda bill attachment, is there specific data that you would be looking to see? For the sake of brevity, which I know is a little bit of a joke tonight, I did omit the discussion of our nuanced site selection process.
And that's attachment B. There was
attachment.
No, attachment A, site selection.
Yes, site selection, and that was printed from our site selection spreadsheet.
Yeah. All right, so I would propose that we just run through this then with, hang on, I need to bring back map. I'd propose we just run through Arrowhead 24, expanding it to 24, expanding Kenmore to 24, Inglemore, and then Juanita. So and I'm gonna need the folks who are remote to be big with their thumbs if they can. So let's start with expanding Arrowhead to 24 hours. 2, 3, 4. Okay, I see 4 for that. Kenmore Elementary, 24 hours. All right, it looks like we've got 3, so not Kenmore Elementary. Inglemore, adding, and I guess we'll make this 2 questions. 1, adding it as a school zone. 2, adding it for 24 hours. So school zone for Inglemore. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we've got 4 for Inglemore. And then Inglemore 24 hours. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And then the Juanita speeding cameras. 1, 2, 3. Councilmember Shrubnik, I can't see what's going on there. Is that no? Okay.
Yeah, not at this time.
Okay. Yeah, Councilmember Sassen.
My concern about putting into place the 3 CAPE that are in South Kenmore and omitting the 1 that is proposed for North Kenmore has bad optics in my mind. I don't, whether or not it is entirely supported by data, it looks unfair. And I just need to say that out loud.
I actually made the same argument when I was talking with Tobin a few weeks back on, why 80th wasn't on the list also. Because I think improving safety on both sides of the city is important.
Would it be all right if I made a comment real quick?
Of course, but we do need to wrap this up.
One concern that I did not bring up about going to 24 hours at some locations and 24 hours and not going to 24 hours at other locations is that it requires folks to know the rules of the game and to know the rules of the game. And I'm hoping to not create a system where folks have to check our website, check their watch, decide if it's okay to speed based on what time it is and which zone they're in. And I think that goes against our principle of fairness and making it easy to understand how our system works and easy to know when you're affected by the system and when it's not. So I just wanted to add that comment. It's something that I didn't get into. I didn't consider going 24 hours some places and not others.
Yeah, I echo that. I think it's going to be confusing if you have two locations that are 24 and one location that's not. I think that's going to be problematic.
Deputy Mayor?
I think that's a really important point. I think being consistent throughout the city on that matters. I'm voting no on everything on this at this point, so but I think that's a very important point.
That
I'm
is all
happy to change my vote on Kenmore Elementary for the reasons that have been brought up just now.
You're going to a yes on Kenmore Elementary?
Sure.
Okay, well,
I
that
get
gets
more.
us to uniformity then. Okay, so staff has that direction. Direction on the Simons Road speed limit reduction. Does anybody have an objection to that? I'm just trying to keep us as efficient as possible. Are there any objections to lowering the speed limit on Simons? Okay, and then fine amount. Can we get thumbs on whether folks have any issues, or thumbs if people support Tobin's idea on his schedule for raising the fines? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I think we have direction there too. So Tobin, do you have what you need?
I do.
Okay, fantastic.
I do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate all of that. Next up, Climate Action Plan update presented by Climate Action Plan Program Manager Nina Rasmussen for discussion.
And Mr. Chair, as we get into this, given that it is 10:30 and we do have some big agenda items, would folks consider taking this up at the next meeting potentially?
I'm sorry, what? You need to speak up with the mask.
I'll work on that. Would
That's
folks consider taking this up at the next meeting potentially, given that we've got folks out and it's 10:30 and we've got some big topics ahead of us?
I mean, the next two topics should take 5 minutes each, I've been assured by not this one, but the municipal stormwater and
Lake Point?
And Lake Point. Yeah, those two updates should take 5 minutes each according to, well, that's our fault. That's not staff's fault. But Rob has assured me that those two should be about 5 minutes apiece. This one, I don't know, but.
Okay, speaking only for myself, I would like more than 5 minutes on Lake Point, but I may be alone on that.
We can figure that out at the time. I don't think we want to skip over climate action though right now. I mean, our next meeting isn't for 2 weeks.
Yeah, and you changed your code so that your meetings can go to 11. You have to vote to extend past 11.
Yeah.
So one idea is to see where you're at when you're closer to 11.
Yeah, we're not there yet. We agreed to 11 for whatever reason, so. Nina?
All right. Well, yeah, I just, so we're here to provide an update midway through our 2024 work plan. So back in October, we presented a plan to council, received some direction. And so I just asked Nina to prepare an update for this evening to provide council. So Nina, take it away.
Yeah, and because this is sort of a mid-year progress update, this will be relatively brief as we are still very much mid-project in a lot of these items, and there will be a more thorough update likely later in the year. With that, we'll go ahead and get started. This is just the work plan that we had presented to you all towards the end of last year, just as a quick reminder. And we'll go into each of these. But first and foremost, I wanted to talk about the Climate Action Advisory Committee. And we actually do have a couple members here tonight who I want to invite to come forward. So Catherine Hollis and Jack Jensen are two members of our Climate Committee who have dedicated their time to volunteering and helping us expand our capacity. And so I'd like to give them just a little bit of time to give some brief remarks on their experience and working with this committee.
Good evening. I'm Jack Jensen, 25-year resident of Kenmore, engineer for 40 years, outdoor enthusiast, and work on the Swamp Creek projects, work on the Pacific Crest Trail, so I'm very environmentally oriented. And I just felt this was a place where on the Climate Committee, place where I could have some positive impact on the community.
Catherine Hollis, thanks again for having us tonight. I think, my perspective on our committee is it's very well staffed. So I just really, I mean, truly like city staff working with volunteers in this capacity. I think especially since this is a advisory committee that doesn't necessarily have the same, rigor's not the right word, but framework as commissions. Just really appreciate the staff and the support they're giving us. But it has been really neat to have this group of folks come together. And I think at this stage we've gone from lots of big ideas to try to sort of funnel them down into a top 5. We're not there yet, but that's what we're working on. And a lot of conversations also within that around work that's more process related versus project related, which might be a little more like immediate and hands-on versus longer term. But it's, yeah, I think that's mainly the pieces I wanted to share with sort of the committee work and the conversations we're having. Yeah.
So yeah, with their help and the help of our other members, we are looking to sort of expand what we can do with limited staff, but with the help of additional dedicated folks. And so they're assessing things like feasibility, resource needs, and equity, among many other factors in order to help us reach our goals. I'm jumping right in to our next few projects to give an update on EV infrastructure plan and charger deployment. These were 2 separate grants that we were awarded. Again, I talked about this a little bit in the Climate Commitment Act. These are both Climate Commitment Act backed grants. So for the EV infrastructure plan, we have selected a contractor, Answer Advisory. And we are working with them to get a current conditions report put together as far as the state of EV charging in the state, in the region, nationwide, to really put us on the right path in order to adopt EVs for our own fleet and to install public chargers in the public right of way. This work will also include a workshop and a corresponding survey. This will be done in the fall in order to engage our community and really assess their priorities, as well as any potentially negative impacts that this might cause for folks or any concerns that they might have as we move forward with this planning. This full plan is expected to be completed by spring of 2025. The other grant that is closely associated with that is Commerce is WAVE funding. So that is public charging. This is actually a grant awarded to King County that we are pass-through recipients of. And so that design work is in the works right now. Although we are still awaiting that final grant contract from the Department of Commerce before we can begin any construction. So this work will involve 2 public chargers in the right-of-way as well as 2 fleet chargers in the City Hall garage to expand on our 2 current chargers that are there right now. Solarize Kenmore has been ongoing since this spring. It is actually closing soon, so we will have a better idea of the success of the program later in the summer. But so far, we've had approximately 250 residents sign on to the program for at least initial site assessments. Obviously, not all of those folks will end up signing contracts to adopt solar, but this program has been a great way to get the word out and really to educate folks. We had a very successful event here in council chambers answering questions with the installers and our program partners. And one thing that they've told us that they've found is that Kenmore does have a lot of homes that are shaded and are not quite ideal for solar generation. But we'll find out exactly how successful the program will be later this year. And with that, we will be completing a campaign evaluation with our program partners, and we'll be reporting back on that. Our urban forestry management plan, also CCA funded. This is through a contract with the Department of Natural Resources. We are expecting that final contract here in the next couple weeks. So we will be getting our RFQ process here very shortly in order to select a consultant to put together the plan. We have also hired 4 summer interns in conjunction with Surface Water in order to perform our tree inventory, which was part of that grant ask. So they have currently started and are getting into the work right now. We expect them to complete that portion of the work by this fall. And then the full management plan, which will include the tree inventory, will be completed in spring of 2025. Regarding the Green Jobs Hub, one thing that we've done is promotion of EnviroStars to the Kenmore Business Alliance. And we're currently evaluating becoming stronger partners with them in some of the services that they provide, as well as looking elsewhere to other ways that we can really enhance green jobs in our community. But one thing that I will mention is that by doing a lot of these other projects, we are helping to develop Kenmore into this Green Jobs Hub. We are trying to be at the forefront of a lot of this work, especially for a smaller city that is less resourced. So we are bringing those consultants, those installers, those other industries to our city to complete this work. And again, we have all these climate committee projects that are being floated and under consideration. And we're trying to find ways where the committee can really provide some assistance building up that Green Jobs Hub and finding a way that they can contribute in that aspect. So that's something that we are looking at closely as well. But again, we know that Green Jobs is it takes a concerted effort. So we are constantly on the lookout for, a funding source so that we can do this more broadly and have a more robust effort. Our greenhouse gas inventory, as you may know, has been in progress for some time now. With 2021 data, we were finding that it is a very challenging year to work with. COVID had some serious impacts on our data, and so 2021 is showing to be very much an outlier. Of course, it being 2024 now, we don't want to get too hung up on that data, especially as it will be an outlier. So we have just recently received data from PSC for 2023. So we will be putting that together relatively shortly so we can have a more current inventory. We will still be putting together the 2021 data that we have, but just note that that might not be fully complete because, again, it is anomalous data to an extent, and it doesn't fully indicate a downward trend. It will be a little bit of a dip, but we will see some uptick again as things more so, resume to normalcy with that 2023 data. But that is something that we will be turning around relatively quickly here for you all to review. And then another thing of note is that King County will also be working on a update to their regional inventory, which may also include city level data as well. So that will be something that we can compare against and make sure that we are receiving and calculating the correct data.
Deputy Mayor.
And I don't think we need this now, but as it crossed my mind, I was thinking, how far back do we have to get to kind of see where the point is that matches? Because 2020 and 2021 were pretty anomalous with COVID. So I was thinking, do we have to go back to 2019 to kind of see parity to 2022, 23? And we'll see when you bring that back. So I jumped the gun with my question, I felt like.
Right. So we do have 2019 data. What we will probably want to do is compare that data with the 2023 to assess really that trend line. That will give us a better idea of an actual trend to our emissions.
You verbalized it the way I wanted to hear it. Thank you.
All right, and then some of the other items that we had on our work plan were smaller updates. So just to briefly touch on some of these, we had talked a little bit about education outreach and expanding that a little bit. We do have planned outreach opportunities for the summer, especially during our farmers market and other planned events. But we are also working to integrate education and outreach in several of these projects. So the Urban Forestry Management Plan and the EV Infrastructure Plan will both include community outreach that is relatively extensive. So we are looking for various ways to reach our community and make sure that their opinions are being heard. With green power, this is something that we've been in chats with PSC about off and on. One thing we are doing is we are trying to assess really the full impact that green power would have on our emissions inventory. So trying to figure out how we do account for that greenhouse gas reduction, if we can fully account for that, if it's only a partial reduction. But essentially, we know that ICLEI, who we use to calculate our inventory, and they work closely with these large sort of regulating bodies, they are working to put out some guidance for municipalities to fully assess that. So we are waiting on them to provide that so that we can assess green power a little more thoroughly before moving forward with that. But that should be coming down the pipe relatively soon. Other updates, expand solar at City Hall was one of our items that was a little farther down the list. We weren't sure if that was going to happen this year, but a window of opportunity did open up. We had a grant opportunity, so we did apply for that grant a couple weeks ago, and we'll be getting notifications in July if we are successful for that. And that would include building out City Hall with additional solar that would, in theory, cover our entire electric needs. The LED streetlight replacement that we had talked about happening in 2024 was moved to 2025 based on PSC's capacity. They have other programs that they are currently implementing. So that is planned to happen in the first half of next year. Additionally, Public Works Operation Center environmental enhancements. We did talk about this a little bit earlier with the Climate Commitment Act. Those funds have been awarded for the geothermal heat pump, but we are requesting additional funds for that. So those are all in the works at the moment. And then the last couple items, with electrifying the city fleet, this is actually being incorporated into the EV infrastructure plan. So our consultants will be helping us develop that transition plan, and they will be taking into account the Public Works Operations Center and the needs that will be had there. And then lastly, natural systems and habitat restoration. Our new surface water capital projects manager, Andrew Sylvia, was recently hired. So he'll be implementing the Rapid Progress Plus and diving right into that. Did you have anything to add on that? Okay. All right, so I apologize. I know this is a little small, but this is just a recap of the different grant funding sources for these projects that are in the works right now. So that is approximately $725,000 in secured funds or award selected funds. So that doesn't necessarily mean, again, with CCA that we will see those full dollar amounts. There is some there's some uncertainty there, but that would be ideally that would be the amount to supplement our budget with grants if that were to remain in place. And then with grants that we have not been selected for, but currently have applications out for, that amount would be about $2.5 million for a total potential funding amount of just over $3.2 million for all of these projects in total. And then lastly, I just wanted to provide a brief sort of project schedule. We do anticipate that a lot of these projects will bleed into 2025. So that will take up a lot of that sort of first half of the year work plan, but we will still be filling out the rest of our work plan for 2025 towards the end of this year. So really trying to fill in the back half of 2025, make sure we're still moving forward towards our goals and that we're not sort of seeing any lags. But just to give you an idea on this, I did not include a legend, but the green is generally a lighter lift, while the yellow is more of a heavy lift on some of these projects. And obviously that is it's very variable. It can change anytime, but these are, our estimates of how our time is going to be spent and what needs, what time and effort is going to be needed on each of these projects and any other, excluding any other projects that sort of get added on as we go. This is just a start of what we can expect moving forward throughout 2025. And that's all I have for updates. So I thank you for your attention, and I will be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Chairman O'Kane, did you have, Deputy Mayor, did you have your hand up earlier? No, okay. Questions? Councilmember Culver.
Thank you. Yeah, some questions around timing of the greenhouse gas inventory, which is sort of what everything else builds from, right? We know that this is really the number that we want to attack and get down and understand. I know our first estimates were to have some numbers for this as of fall 2023. October 2023 was the original hope. And I know we didn't get that 2021 data from PSE until March of this year. So I'm just wondering, do we have a reasonable deadline for making sure that we're getting this stuff from PSE, and when is that going to be in front of us to review?
Right. So to my understanding, the reason that that was held up for so long was because they had changed their process for pulling that information. Because that has been resolved after, 10 months or so, we expect any future requests to be relatively quick. So for instance, we started our data collection for 2023 a few weeks ago, and we have received that already. So we're not going to be waiting, 10 months for data.
Sweet.
Yeah, so I mean, with that, with the data we have with 2021, we expect to have that update to you by this fall. So that's, yeah.
Okay, and so based on being able to turn that data around quicker, future years should be quicker. It should be.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. Getting back to a point I was making earlier with the wedge analysis, right? And that being very dependent on a lot of other things going right? There's a potential Trump presidency, the Climate Commitment Act could get repealed, hopefully it doesn't. PSC missing their targets can throw a wrench in things. I just want to underscore that's a very fragile and very tenuous arrangement that we've set up here. And part of what our goal is that we must be resilient, right? We can keep chugging on our own goals. We can don some of that punch above our own weight and take matters into our own hands gusto to give this emergency its due resources to succeed, right? So I just wonder, given that this is a top priority of the council, how can we help you all? Like, what is holding us back from doing this much bigger? Like, is this something we need to put more resources toward? Like, how can we help you all? You're not gonna like turn down free money, I guess, but.
Yeah, we've developed a work plan with the resources we have, and that's what we've presented and moved forward with. So, I think the limiting factor really comes down to, budget and resources available for the staff to implement more. We would need more.
Okay.
Budget and resources.
Yeah. And I know the plan to date has been dependent on finding grant funding, right? And we've had some good luck with direct appropriation from the legislature. That's great. We also didn't get any Inflation Reduction Act money, essentially, right? Because we don't qualify for it.
Correct.
Okay, glad we tested that theory and glad we have that to build from going forward. I guess that question lands back with council then, and maybe this needs to wait, but I just look at this being a top priority, and given that we've got tens of millions of dollars to commit to other things on our to-do list, but we seem to be, I'm not gonna say starving, but we are keeping it on a fairly meager diet, dependent on, the whims of grant money that may not be there and aren't always there. And part of the commentary also from the retreat is that we have to be choosy with what grants we actually go after, because it's not worth our time. Like we're just not going to, it's not a good use of our time. So I just hope to have a bigger discussion with council because we've been given a clear mandate by the United Nations. We have 2 years to figure this stuff out. These weeks and these months matter, and I don't see us rowing quickly enough. I don't know what else to say at this point, so I'm going to yield, but I hope that is a discussion we can have in the next 4 minutes. So thank you.
Councilmember Shupnick.
Thanks. And I really appreciate the presentation and your resourcefulness, Nina and Richard, for getting grants. That really has brought us to a really good level with this. I think I will say what I said in April. I will say it again, which is I would really like to see a plan that is based on our climate action plan that actually goes through the strategies and articulates how we are addressing each strategy, and for the strategies that we are tabling, making that clear as well. So that's my only comment. I appreciate what you're doing.
Any other questions or comments? Councilor Sasson.
I don't want to let Councilmember Culver's comment go without responding in some way. I find when this kind of inquiry is made to the council, I'm unclear what it is that you're asking for. So I feel challenged by that. I feel like it's not that I don't want to respond, it's that I don't understand where the question is in what you're saying. And that may partly be because I have a hard time hearing, and so I'm reading your words. What I think I hear is that we're challenged with a massive climate crisis that we cannot discuss in the next 2.5 minutes in a meaningful way. I feel like we're challenged with a staff who does, I mean, I just think they're doing an incredible job with grant money, as best that there is to do. And I realize that there's a massive world of gap in between those two things, and I don't know what you would like us to do. And that's my comment.
Yeah, I can speak to
I'm
that.
sorry, Councilmember Culver, you weren't recognized. Any other comments, questions?
I'd be happy to respond. I would like to hear.
Then we can go to Councilmember Culver.
Yeah, I'd be
but-
happy to hear Councilmember Culver and go after him if that would be okay.
Yeah, sure, Councilmember Culver.
Yeah, I thank Valerie for taking me up on that opportunity. Some of what has been recommended in the past is working with the Financial Sustainability Task Force to figure out what our future commitment looks like. We have it here from the slide deck that Richard put together. Climate and environmental services is 2% of our general fund. Budgets are value statements. And if we're hearing that our budget is a limiting factor on how effective we're going to be on our top priority, I would say we need to commit a lot more resources to it. We need to be intentional about doing so. And sometimes that's also going to mean saying no to other things that aren't as far up the list. We have several things that were discussed tonight that aren't a top 1 or top 2 priority. And we have a massive, massive, massive proposed commitment of funds to see those things through to execution, to fulfillment. So I think there's a lot of different things that could take. We're obviously not gonna have time to get into it tonight, which is why I was hoping to table, but I hope that could briefly speak to that. So thank you for raising it.
All right, before I go to the deputy mayor, I would just ask, unless there are any objections, I would ask that we waive Council Rule 2.9 to extend the meeting past 11 o'clock. Are there any objections, City Attorney?
If I may, I believe your rules state that it's just a motion. It's a simple majority, and also you have to identify the time that you want to extend the meeting to.
That's what I was going to beg for. Thank you.
Yeah, it does say length of time for the extension.
And
all right.
right quick if possible. Thank you.
Yes, and on the upside, unlike a executive session, it's not the sort of thing where we have to go to the very end. So I would entertain a motion for maybe a, I don't know, half-hour extension, thinking we'll be done before then.
So moved, half-hour extension.
I'll second that. Any discussion? All those in favor of extending to 11:30, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Rule 2.9 is waived until 11:30 for tonight. Deputy Mayor, did you have something?
I have a couple of things. First, in 2020, we didn't have a climate action plan. So I think it's really important to recognize the amount of work that we've done in the past 4 years. I think our climate action plan passed in 2022, if someone could nod. Yes, 2022. So it's been 2 years since we implemented that. We've gained funding and hired staff. We've actually been incredibly successful in bringing funds back. I think it's very important for this council to recognize environmental stewardship as being one of the critical aspects of this plan. Mr. Sawyer, would you please tell me how much money we have committed towards the culvert replacements? Like
It's 20,
28 million?
yeah, 20 to $30 million, yeah, over the next 6 years.
Is that money that we hadn't committed before in this sort of a project in the city of Kenmore?
Nope, that was a new commitment council committed to last fall.
I have to think that that commitment and investment in something as big as that is recognizable and actually incredibly substantial for the city of Kenmore to move forward on. The list of work that you brought forward, I'm just going to share, and I recognize the urgency for this work. And I think most people on this council, and I actually think each of our council members is a very strong proponent of climate action. I have to say, I am impressed with the amount of work that's taken place. I too want more money. I don't know where we're going to get it as a starved city. It's very hard for us to find the funding, but I, like Councilmember Culver, do want to do what we can to find those funds. But with those funds, that does mean staffing and finding money for consultants and contractors to do the major work that's before us. And we may have a major substantial project that we're about to get an update on at Lake Point, hopefully coming in the next few years, that goes directly towards our climate action work. That I want to also draw attention to that wasn't brought up here. And I think I just want to say, I hear Councilmember Culver. I think as a council, we welcome creativity and expansion of anything that we can do to improve the environment, clean air and water, create jobs, meaningful jobs for people in our community to work towards one of the greatest crises of our time. But I overall just want to say I've been incredibly impressed with the progress that we've made in 2 years. I want to thank our Climate Action Committee. This is a huge commitment. Your voices matter. When I ran for office in 2019, it was something that I dreamed of, and it sounded like it wasn't going to happen. And somehow, sometimes you put an idea out there and it comes to fruition and it happens. It took 4 full years before it even got on the agenda to make it really happen and solid. So I encourage each of us to recognize the progress that we're making, and every seed planted starts growing and becoming something. So I just want to express gratitude, to Councilmember Culver's drive on this and his forward thinking on this and making this a priority. I want to express gratitude to this council and all who have been working towards making sure that this happens. Our staff, our team, and community that are involved with climate action, thank you, because you inspire us to show us that we can drive more. I know your bandwidth is tight, so how we can get more money to get more staff and more funds to make more happen, we're gonna have to find it. But right now, bravo, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I want to echo what my colleagues have said, and I do appreciate the urgency that Councilmember Culver is bringing to the conversation. I think it's something we've all struggled with over the last couple of years as we find what level of investment we can make as a city with tight finances to invest here. And I think we have made great strides. And I think this is a question that we will obviously have when we get into budget in a couple of months. Unfortunately, we don't have unlimited resources, and there's a lot of other things as a city that we do have to do. So I think it's going to be a tough discussion when we get to budget. And I think we did have some fairly, in-depth discussions around this back when we were coming up with kind of what level of budget we could go with, that we could sustain for this. And I think staff has really come through really well with the chasing down grant funding and doing what they can with the resources we've given them. And, there are definitely good arguments for us making more investments there, but that's going to come down to a real conversation around what the trade-offs are. And I think that's going to have to be, most likely part of our budget discussion. Because we're not going to have additional resources between now and then. So I look forward to that discussion when we get there. Is there any further questions on this one or comments? Make sure I'm missing anything online. Deputy Mayor?
Sorry for, what I wanted to bring up is something that I have heard come up during council member comments for the past, I think, 3 weeks consecutively. questions around expanding solar. And I'm not sure how to ask the question. I wasn't sure what that meant. We just had the Solarize Kenmore project. I'm going to be direct to a council member if that's appropriate. May I ask directly?
All out.
Okay. So Councilmember Culver, I've heard you bring up the topic of solar and wanting to bring it back as a council for discussion. I need a little framework to understand what you meant by that. As we had our update today and we've been making progress on solar, I heard you have some direction that you'd like to go, but I wasn't clear about that. Are you able to speak to that tonight, or should we save that for another time?
I think that's a bigger topic than we're going to be able to get into in 20 minutes. And I think I can pretty plainly read the room on where the collective appetite is with that. But broadly speaking, the goal of Solarize Kenmore is to get as many rooftops, particularly, converted into solar outfitted power generating utilities as possible, and to do that at a big and repetitive scale. It's great that we've got 250 people signing up for a, site evaluation and sort of taking the next step. And like, that's a comparatively fairly small drop in the bucket. Like, we have something like 10,000 households. And, if you look at this like a classic sales conversion funnel, we are losing a lot of potential from the 10,000 number to the 250. And we know it's going to shrink from there. We just have a massively underutilized power source up in the sky. It's called the sun. I do want to highlight, we are making good use of it in some cases. We have one happening right out front of the City Hall building. It's on wheels. I'm terribly tickled about this. It's very practical. Solar is a really good bet. We need to be doing more of that. We only have 2 years. We're throwing 23 something million at the new building. This Lake Point plan that I have seen is something like $70 million. There seem to be selective instances where we can sort of snap our fingers and find a bunch of money. That's great. I am suggesting we use those tricks to generate things for a massive existential crisis. This calls for an all-of-government approach, all hands on deck, as I've heard it told. I am ever grateful to staff and what they're doing. I understand we're constrained on resources, as has currently been directed by council. I am simply just asking, what do I need to do to also light a fire under I'm going to use the wrong metaphor there. How do I also incite that same excitement from 4 members of council? I am having trouble counting to 4 on this, but something like 80–90% of people, when surveyed, routinely want to see their elected officials doing more. We are coming up short on that metric. That is probably too many words already, but that is what I would like to see. So there we go.
Okay, I think, so the real question I was asking, I think you covered it, which I feel confident that our staff and team are working on solar and that we can make more progress. My real question was, were you asking that the city of Kenmore become a solar utility in the interim, or like in that kind of out of the box thinking, or we're just talking about finding ways to get solar panels on buildings like Safeway and larger central area places that have unrestricted access to the sun?
All the above. As far as I'm concerned, let's have a council work party where we learn to install these ourselves and just set out into the community. Any and all. I have wanted to have that conversation. I'm glad we're starting to have it tonight.
I just wanted to open it there. I feel like it's enough. I just want to make sure that some clarity of things that you, I think, have been talking about were said out loud on the dais. Thank you.
Any more questions or comments on this one? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next topic, municipal stormwater permit updates, presented by Richard Sawyer, Environmental Services Director. Richard. The size of a keychain. Yeah, we still have quorum. So 6 members.
I can make this very brief. So as many of you have heard me talk about in the past, the city has an NPDES stormwater permit. And when this permit renews, which is typically around every 5 years, or when there's a major modification, sometimes they'll reissue it. I like to just get in front of council and remind you all of this body of work that really shapes our surface water and stormwater management programs, probably more than any other program out there. So just a few quick concepts as I go through this presentation. And I also would preface that I'll move relatively quickly, but please, if you have questions or comments, I've kind of laid the groundwork on everything that's in the permit. Feel free to reach out to me with any questions at any time, and I'm happy to respond to those. So this permit comes from the Clean Water Act. So the NPDES permit program is the way that legislation is implemented. The EPA is the lead agency that implements that, but they do delegate the authority to states. So many states will have something like our Department of Ecology, which implements this at the local level. And in the Washington, it is the Department of Ecology, which started issuing these permits to smaller cities beginning in 2007. As I mentioned, it renews about every 5 years. And what this permit does is it's a very thick, dense permit with lots of programs and requirements that if we follow those all to the T, it then authorizes us to discharge our stormwater system to receiving water bodies. And the current permit will expire on July 31st, and we have a new permit starting August 1st. And so in this presentation, I'm just going to walk through all the different elements of the permit in the next 10 slides or so, and just highlight ongoing work and then point out new requirements coming in this permit effective on August. So one of the first sections is stormwater planning. So the permit requires us to make sure that we are implementing appropriate stormwater considerations when we do updates, for instance, to our comprehensive plan, our Kenmore Municipal Code, our master plans, standards. And they also really have an emphasis on making sure that low impact development is highlighted and indicated in our codes as a preferred method of managing stormwater. And beginning with the current program, we had to start developing stormwater management action plans. And there's some slides as an example. 057 was the one we selected in the current cycle, and then in the next cycle, we'll be producing more of those. Public education outreach and public involvement are other programs required. We do a lot of work on providing general awareness to the public. You've probably seen us set up at different city events, at the farmers market, at public the concert series during the summer. We've got photos from those events there. We also partner with other cities on doing things like bus ads. You can see some examples. We've done the Middle Salmon Stormwater. That was a Seattle Times insert that we worked with several other cities to put together and get some stormwater awareness out. And new in this permit, we're going to have to develop policies that address how we reach overburdened communities within the city with our stormwater messaging. MS4, which is just an acronym for our stormwater system, our municipal separate storm sewer system. We're required to conduct pretty stringent mapping and provide that to the public in GIS. And so some screenshots of examples of our different online applications. And new this permit, we've got some additional outfall mapping requirements to finish We've got to map tributary drainages, so we've got to start tying every outfall in a stream or in the lake needs to identify the associated drainage that goes to that point. And oddly enough, tree canopy is going to be a requirement for mapping in this next stormwater permit. So sometimes you'll start seeing this permit kind of branch out into related environmental parameters such as like you see tree canopy. And so we'll be doing that as well. We'll actually be ahead of the game with our urban forest management plan. So we'll be ahead of the curve on that one. IDDE, so we spent a lot of time making sure that pollutants that are coming into the system are responded to and cleaned up. We have annual inspections, so those interns that Nina mentioned in a previous presentation, we also use those to conduct screening of our entire system during dry weather, so they're looking for indicators of pollutants. And new in the next permit, we're going to be required to do some municipal code updates related to post-emergency firefighting response and certain building cleaning requirements depending on the age of the building. So you'll see us coming to you sometime in the next couple of years to do those code updates. Working with development is a big part of the permit. So we're required to have a permit system in place that requires engineering review, inspections, erosion sediment control. Typically each permit cycle, there's usually a big update of our design standards. So we adopt the King County Surface Water Design Manual, and if it follows the pattern that it has, we'll probably need to do one around 26, 27. And those usually have more stringent standards each time it adopts a new manual. This is a completely new section in this permit. And we had a bit of an idea that this was coming. So when we did the Rapid Progress Plus with our swim rate analysis, you'll remember that I talked about the need to start making sure we have funds to do retrofits of existing surface water facilities. And this is, that was looking ahead for this requirement in the permit. So we need to start identifying areas that maybe completely lack any sort of stormwater management, or maybe old facilities that could be retrofitted to more modern standards. And from this map in 057, I've provided an example there. Those color-coded networks, those are drainage, road drainage systems that have no existing stormwater facilities. So those could be ideal candidates for surface water facility retrofits and add that water quality treatment and flow control treatment as an example. Source control, that was a new requirement that started in 2023 and will continue in the new permit, but working with businesses to make sure that they're doing practices that aren't causing stormwater issues. So, they work with auto body shops or gas stations or somewhere that has waste management, making sure that they have spill response ready and containment and understand how their drainage system works, and so that we can prevent any issues from happening before they happen. So we have a few hundred businesses in the city, and we have to go and inspect 20% of those annually with our permit. Operations and maintenance. Again, you can see the metrics there. We've got a lot of stuff to inspect, maintain. And in the new program, the new permit, we need to establish an actual street sweeping program with measurable metrics, and that will be reported with our permit. TMDL, so Swamp Creek, we've got issues with bacteria pollution. So the permit makes sure that we're looking at stormwater impacts to any potential issues with bacteria pollution from our MS4. So we do different types of monitoring and source identification and sampling year round. And then reporting and notification. So we've, with the report on all these programs and components, we have strict notification requirements whenever we find, for instance, illicit discharge issues, or issues of non-compliance, and then those are often accompanied with response plans and cleanup plans from ecology that we have to comply with. And as I mentioned, that was a really quick update. So I'm happy to take any questions, but like I said, when it comes to MPDS, you're always welcome to shoot me questions, and I'm happy to provide you more information.
Questions, comments? City Manager?
This is really incredible work, and I'm sorry that it's being done, the update's been being given at 11:30 at night, because it deserves more than that, but so sorry about that, Richard, but this is something that just is kind of quietly done behind the scenes, but it's so important for our environment and for our critters and for people too. And I was talking to Richard earlier today about the Swamp Creek study that we've talked about. And you're about 95% done with that?
Yeah. It's just it keeps getting pushed with all the priorities each week.
Yeah, but when he's ready, he'll come back and give you a report on that Swamp Creek channel study that he's been working on. So,
Councilmember Sassen.
I just want to echo the thank you and apologies for squeezing you in. And I want to just acknowledge that we do see that there is at least 1 to 4 news on every slide. And I can only imagine the amount of work that comes with, and I will look forward to hearing about it again.
And if I can call your attention too, if you look in the report, I don't think I've gone into as much detail in other presentations, but you can just see all the different people and how they're all involved. There's not a department that isn't touched. You know, there's a lot of people that work on these things, from planners to permit techs and technicians and other directors. So lots of people doing different things.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I want to thank you for this outstanding work, and I don't want to belabor it being so late, but I want to thank you for this. And I also just want to share that I see stormwater, this work that you're doing here, directly in alignment with our climate action plan. And it needs to be recognized in that framework, and pulling it out and not tacking each penny that we spend there to our climate action work in Kenmore is a shame. You know, I want to make sure we do everything we can to track it and align it to this critical work, to make sure other cities and agencies count it that way too, because it is critical work. Clean water, we can't live without it. So I just thank you for your presentation and your consistent good work here.
And I would say that every linear foot of sidewalk or bike lane we add is also an investment that we should be counting towards our climate goals, because that's all of that is super important. Any other questions, comments? All right, not seeing any. Staff report. Lake Point update presented by the city manager, Rob Carlinzi, and Community Development Director, Debbie Bent. Thank you, Richard.
All right, well, Debbie's coming up. I'm going to assume that you read the memo in your packets, and if that's a correct assumption, then Debbie can keep this really brief. I do want to point out that Skanska, which is a construction company, is coming to the Lake Point site as part of the 520 bridge construction on the west end of Lake Washington. They'll be coming to the site to do staging, storage of materials, moving things on and off barges, that type of thing, as has been approved and allowed in the past. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, but Debbie, take it away.
And just to continue on that, as this would be a continuation of an existing non-conforming use on the site, similar to work that has been done, this would not trigger a city permit, and DOT would be acting as the lead agency for SEPA. So there would be no city action on SEPA either. So this is just a brief status update. There's no council action required for this. This is just to kind of let you know what has been going on in terms of Lake Point planning. No negotiations with the property owner have continued. There is still no agreement on terms for either a letter of intent, which sets out the initial terms to proceed with a purchase and sale agreement. So negotiations are continuing. There is still no agreement. The city and the property owner have also been discussing the potential for a partnering agreement and a process to select a developer for development of property not purchased by the city. Again, there is no agreement on that. That would be outlined in a future partnering agreement. For grants to take advantage of money that potentially could support acquisition of the shoreline, Richard, the Environmental Services Director, did apply for 3 grants. We have received verbal confirmation that we should receive a $450,000 grant award to assist with site feasibility. And we will hear back on the other 2 grants later this year. There was a $1 million grant through the Washington State Salmon Recovery and an application to use King County Conservation Tax Levy funds. The levy fund application was originally for 12 million, but was readjusted to 7.4 million based on the updated appraisal. With respect to the appraisal was done to support the grant applications. The owner has a copy of the appraisal and is considering whether to complete his own appraisal or do an appraisal review. We have completed an RFQ process to potentially line up a consultant with expertise in park development and shoreline restoration and the ability to support due diligence, including testing of soil and groundwater and sediment. And the consultant we are currently working on a scope and budget is Anchor QEA. But whether to move forward with this consultant contract is contingent on whether the city and the property owner can reach agreement on a purchase and sale agreement. Also in the memo, we outlined expenditures to date around legal support for property negotiations, consultant support related to the grant applications, and consultant support related to options for a partnership agreement. So through April of this year, we have spent approximately $64,000. We estimate several more months to try and reach an agreement with the property owner. And if that is successful, we would anticipate the need for an additional $135,000 to support getting to that purchase and sale agreement and partnering agreement. Assuming that we can execute a purchase and sale agreement and partnering agreement, then staff would bring forward a full budget for due diligence and design of the city purchase property and to support the developer selection process. So that kind of is a quick summary of the memo. Any questions?
Questions? I am not seeing any.
These budget issues she's bringing up, we'll probably need to bring a couple of contracts, including the Bill Joyce contract for environmental attorney services for you to approve. And we'll incorporate all these budget changes in the mid-biennium budget. Not mid-biennium, we're past mid-biennium. The budget amendments in the fall. So thank you.
The chair would note that it is 11:31. Any other questions, folks? Let's do council member reports and comments really quick. Council member Marshall, do you have anything?
I have much. However, in the interest of saving time, I will leave it until next time.
Councilmember Sassen? Councilmember Sharpneck?
Nothing to add, thanks.
Deputy Mayor?
Just a breath of gratitude and a reminder to everyone to keep your cup full. Take care of yourself and go forward in peace. Thank you.
And I have nothing. So with that, we are adjourned. Sorry, Councilmember Lutsis.
That's all right. We're adjourned.